them on. We got a green light, is that good? Good morning.
Yeah, Rob told us.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? You get that one. I'm going to call to order the Pasco County workshop for Wednesday, May 27th. We're going to rise for the invocation and then pledge.
Gracious God, we invite you into our discussions today. Unite our hearts and guide our conversations with wisdom and patience. Help us to seek solutions that honor you and benefit everyone involved. In your name, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll do roll call.
Commissioner Ron Oakley,
Here.
Commissioner Seth Waitman,
Present.
Commissioner Catherine Starkey,
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Yeager, here. Chairman Jack Mariano.
Here. And I'm going to turn this over for the topic of discussion to Mr. Carbella.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today, we'd really have two topics we'd like to give the board some updates today on the Village of Pasadena Hills, kind of where things stand today, so the board can understand how that development and overlay is proceeding. And then secondly, probably a beefier topic that we'd like to get any feedback is just to kind of present to you where we stand with the comprehensive plan. We've been working on this now for several years, and we're getting very, very close to being prepared for adoption. And so the team will present what our future land uses are going to look like, what the various elements of the comp plan are going to look like, and would love any feedback and board discussion that would ensue. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Allen and Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Carvala. We'll go ahead and have our planning staff kick off with the Village of Pasadena Hills update. And I think, Terry, are you kicking it off, or is it? Yeah, Gavin. Mr. Will Smith is going to help lead that conversation. Thank you.
All right, so I guess good afternoon, good morning, you see the afternoon. Warrior Vermillion, Planning Development, Planning Services. In the Villages of Pasadena Hills, there are two topics that Mr. Covey and myself want to cover today as a part of this workshop. The first of which is the financial plan update, to include an overview, the roadway infrastructure budget, our utilities budget, the public services budget, and then an update on the global funding and escrow agreement that Planning Services has done with Galvin Harris over the last 3 years. There's an update on that. Following that, there is a relation meeting there between the financial plan and the update to the comprehensive plan in the Villages of Pasadena Hills, which I will do. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Covey to give an update on the financial plan assessment.
Good morning, everyone. Gavin Covey, Planning Services. So we're going to start off with the financial plan update and kind of how we got here. So when VOPH was originally adopted in 2008, it was approved for just under 42,000 dwelling units. The current financial plan says that we need about 80% of those entitlements to fund our infrastructure. And during the study, we've found that we're missing that goal by a little bit. We're actually projecting about 25,000 total dwelling units within the Villages of Pasadena Hills, which is just about 60% of the total entitlements. So what planning staff has done is begin to look at how much revenue we can see with this new reduced number and if we can pay for it. So right now, we're really just projecting out budgets while we're still working on figuring out what the cost of all the infrastructure will be in the future. So the first thing we did was we took a dwelling unit projection by unit type based on MPUD plans and site plans. And you can see that a majority of our projections are coming from single-family detached units, with some multifamily and some multifamily townhomes and apartments. with the peak being in just around 2035 period of time before it slowly decreases until the end of the district in 2065. So that last map was used with our existing mobility fees to calculate how much we can see every year. And this is what the revenue would be like every year. We can see that we max out just under $18 million in
Let
2037.
me stop you just for 1 second.
Yes,
So
sir.
when you say the current mobility fees, are you talking about the ones we just adopted?
Just adopted, correct. And so you can see that it follows the same trend line as that previous graph that we showed, with a total collection of $353 million over the lifetime of the district for residential mobility fees. Same thing, we created a tax increment revenue forecast, and you can see that, again, it slowly calculates over time as more dwelling units come online. As the property value increases, more revenue is going back to VOPH. And so in the lifeline of the district by 2065, you're going to see about $605 million in TIF revenue.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Why are we starting with the financial plan and not the land plan? Because the financial plan is a result of what we did with the land plan. So I feel like it's backwards.
Commissioner Starkey, so we're starting off with the financial plan to kind of get a sense of, what is the revenue we anticipate to get. Part of the work that we're going to be doing in moving forward with the staff is scaling the infrastructure requirements as a result of changes to kind of the entitlements that we're seeing to make sure that we have those facilities fit in with the financial plan that we have.
All right, so we have some new commissioners that were on before this was started. I don't even remember, was I on when it started? I don't know. Can we get an overview of what it was supposed to be?
Yes, we'll get a touch upon particular kind of the infrastructure improvements following this initial presentation of the fiscal component. We'll be touching on the infrastructure components.
Well, I'm talking about the whole plan in general. I mean, what it is, changing. I mean, do you understand what VOPH is and the specialness that it has?
It was supposed to be like a special district where people could come in, that they'll have industrial, or have businesses and.
Supposed to have
homes and
villages.
Walkability and things like that, right?
Right, and
Yeah,
villages
there's
separated by green space.
Technology.
We have a map that's going to be up here. I think when you get that up, that may be an opportune time. I mean, if the board would, Commissioner Yeager, Commissioner Wheatman, I know, relatively speaking, you were here when this plan was adopted. We can talk that now and come back to it.
I'm going to say, let's continue the way we're going.
Okay.
I'd say in the future, if we're going to have this type of thing, like the briefing I got on this before was one piece of paper saying, here's what we're going to look at. It would have been good to look at this ahead of time, as opposed to just getting it this morning. But let's just go with what you've got, and we'll deal with the questions at the end.
Could you get a tiny bit of background?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go to the VOPH
Go to the map.
website.
You can give a quick overview.
Yeah.
Mr.
Well, you need to do that in the middle. I think they're gonna do it now. Just like, I feel like you're just showing what it is now, but are we showing what it was supposed to be?
There we go.
So that is partly what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out how much money we have to work with to basically put forth the vision of VOPH and make sure that it aligns with our current financial plan. So that's why we're doing the financials first. How much money do we have? Okay, what plan do we want? What is the difference in what the plan we want and what we have currently? And how can we make adjustments to make sure that our plan and our finances are kind of married up? So yeah, just a brief overview on VOPH. It's a collection of villages, as Commissioner Starkey was mentioning before. There's different intensities and typologies within it. So some villages are more intense while some are less intense. It depends on their geographic location. So the villages themselves were meant to be walkable downtown centers with suburban development around it, so people could walk to the coffee shop from the neighborhood. It's really a focus on pedestrian infrastructure and less so reliance on using a car for your daily needs. Not to say that people won't need to have car amenities, whether that be larger, department stores and whatnot. It's really VOPH, we're trying to solve the form question.
And each village was supposed to be bordered by a noticeable area of green space so that you could tell when you were transitioning from one village to another.
Correct. There are village buffers in between each of these villages. It's very similar to what they do in town planning in Britain. They have greenways that surround each of the villages to kind of separate them and have each unique identities.
And one of the things, they assess themselves more for these fees so they can pay for their infrastructure, doesn't fall in the burden of the county. And that's why we have some bumps from a couple of years ago to now to making sure the fees are in place. And I think you're showing right now that on that early graph, there's a big deficit to what's there. It catches up later, but there's a deficit now.
Yeah, and we're still working through the costs right now, but that's what we're kind of seeing early on right now is that we may have enough money in the long run, in totality, but it's really a timing question.
And I think part of this discussion may get to a point where to say, okay, if we're gonna have all this construction coming in, maybe these people that are building now need to pay their way now. They can get reimbursed later on when there's more revenue, but it shouldn't be falling, the burden was designed not to fall the burden the rest of the county.
Okay, are we okay with the background? Okay, let me go back all the way. So, again, we did this for each individual subcategory as well. So, same thing we did for the parks impact fee. We used that projection that we talked about earlier and found that we'd have just about almost $58 million in park impact fee revenue between the surcharge and the base fee over the life of the district. And the same thing with schools, same model. And we were projecting about almost $16 million in school impact fee revenue. And then potable water, just about 153 million. And then wastewater, 135 million. So this is the basis. And that's what I'm about to explain a little bit. This is the basis of, again, how much infrastructure can we afford? We have 135 million towards the life of the district. We don't want to provide infrastructure that's more expensive than that, right? So this is our budget essentially. So this is where we're working from as we're looking at revisions to the plan and stuff like that. What can we afford and where can we potentially need more money and where do we need less money at? So this is really just the foundational step. Once we get the costs associated, we'll kind of get more into the nitty gritty and understand, you know, how this financial plan actually works and what we can pay for. And so if you wanted to see all those big numbers again, I've kind of just put a summary here, just recapping everything. 353 million for the mobility fee, 600 million for tax increment, and so on and so forth as you go down. And so we're going to be transitioning a little bit into the global funding and escrow agreement, but I think it's important to kind of show you an overall map of what obligations we have currently within the district. So if you look at this map here, you can see where we have constructed roads in the black, the existing roads that are not MRP standard, like portions of Handcart Road and Curly Road and some of Fort King Road, as well as obligated roads, whether that be developer obligations or county obligations. You can see where we currently have plans to either improve or widen roads in the future. And one of the more important segments I think that just came online or is about to come online is the Handcart extension onto State Road 52 in McCabe. That just opened or will be opening very soon, which is done by Galvin. And we'll continue to work south down to Kiefer. So it'll be widened to 4 lanes in the next couple of years. And you can see we have a good amount of roads that are already constructed to their final typical section, like portions of Tyndall Road, and then Watergrass Parkway as it comes south to Wells Road, and then we have Prospect Road starting soon as well with the Galvin team. So this is the overall, plan, road segments that we have planned for someone to build in the future. And so, let me also back up real quick. So, and with this next global funding and escrow agreement amendment that we'll be doing, we're actually adding additional infrastructure obligations to the agreement. And if there's is there a pointer in this one? Yeah. If you can see where my pointer is, in this area we'll be adding North-South Avenue B from Overpass, East-West Street B, and J-Ben Harrell as obligations within the Second Amendment, as well as East-West Street C here and a portion of J-Ben Harrell Boulevard as well. So you'll see that coming to you in June for the funding agreement.
Question?
Yep.
What is that pedestrian crossing green dot there?
Yep, so it's an underpass.
And it's under handcart?
Yes, and Galvin is
Nice.
building it, and he's
So
already,
golf carts and?
golf carts, pedestrians, yes.
Too bad we didn't-
And we have a couple of those on the plan, so we have one on handcart on the northern segment, another one here, and then there's one on Tyndall
That's
over
awesome.
there, yeah.
Good planning.
And so this is the roadway obligations that we currently have with some of the additional Galvin ones that you'll be seeing in June. So we're gonna transition a little bit to the utility improvements that the Galvin team is gonna be doing. Again, they kind of follow the roadway network that they're improving along Handcart Road here, sections B and F, G, portions of Prospect Road, Star Rush Boulevard. These are public utility improvements. They're not necessarily just for their development, they're public infrastructure that will help other developments come online in the future. And then if you also, south of Tyndall, again, those additional utility improvements that are being provided. Again, along Handcart here, portions of East-West Street B and Kiefer Road, as well as the new requirements down here in East-West Street C. So one of the other things that the county is doing with this Second Amendment is designating Galvin as a construction agent for a potential bond to construct portions of Handcart Road and Overpass Road. We've gotten a lot of citizen concern with Handcart Road and the condition of the traffic there. So it was one of the main priorities that we've had in terms of constructing new roadways. So we've designated Galvin as a construction agent to begin.
Pardon me for a minute.
Yep.
This is Galvin?
Mike Galvin?
Mike Galvin.
Is he here? Not here. He's got a whole bunch of property out.
I think one of the main things that's promising right here is that Mike Galvin's come forward and said he's already designing Handcart Road to be 4-lane and also Prospect Road. And I think that's in design now, and next year that construction will start ahead of time, along with different owners of different projects on those roads. And that'll get ahead of the growth gain as they get lots and everything ready to sell. The roads will start being in place. And I think that's very good. Without that, they're deadlocked. They can't, if you can't move traffic in and out, you're gonna have a hard time selling the property.
And I think this is what part of this bond is trying to do, is make Handcart 4 lanes and make sure that traffic isn't congested, so that more people can have access.
Is Kiefer Road gonna be developed anytime soon? Is it on the radar for a date or something when it will be?
We have some developer obligations. I'll go back a couple slides. Like portions of Kiefer right here in the Evans Pasadena project have already been constructed. They're 2 lanes. It's 2-lane as of right now. And then again, another portion of Kiefer Road, I believe, is being done by, or has already been done by Magnolia Island over here. So there's portions that we have. We have a couple gaps in the network, but it's getting built as developers come in for their development approvals.
Question. And there is a multi-use path on Prospect?
There are 2 8-foot paths, I believe, off the top of my head.
Well, it's better to have one wider one. Okay.
And so,
516.
just so that you guys can see the schedule, we're planning to get all these segments done by 2030 in total. So hopefully, you can see the breakdown here. Segment 1 will take approximately 30 months once the Second Amendment is approved by the BCC, by you guys. And then every segment after that usually has a July 1st start date, and then a August 1st, 2029 completion date for construction, with the exception of the last segment, which is July 1st, 2026, and an end date of 2030. And in total, it's about $120 million worth of bond.
I have next time, can you just make like each slide one full thing, because I can't really read this. So
No,
if you can
unreadable.
email us
Yeah.
a copy, because yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So on the revenue bond, is this a bond that we're doing?
Michael,
Or the
give my
developer's
readers.
doing?
So it's a bond that the district will do based on their tax increment revenue, their VOPH
Okay,
share
it's
of
on
it.
them, it's under the county. Okay.
So,
But I would say, Chair Mariano,
that's a
that
good
the
question.
county will be helping take the lead in issuing the bond, but the proceeds and the security will be tied back to the mobility fees and the TIF within the
Okay.
district.
I'm sorry, can I ask a
Mr.
question? Did you say the bond is being taken out by VOPH, and then it's the VOPH residents that are gonna be paying the bond?
It'll be funded from the tax increment and then the mobility fees. And
Within the
special assessment.
VOPH?
Yeah, there's no.
It's kinda like an MSTU or MSBU or something like
There's
that?
no impact on the board's balance sheet for the county.
Okay, okay.
And that's where I will stop, and we'll get into now Mr. Vermillion talking about the vision of the district and what we're wanting moving forward with a potential comprehensive plan update.
Good morning. Now that Mr. Covey's put his calculator away, I think we can get into more of the fun land use side of VOPH now that he's covered what kind of funding the district has to work with in terms of what the infrastructure should look like and how the land use should match that infrastructure. So the first thing I wanted to cover was the relationship to the financial plan update. First is having an effective allocation of this VOPH revenue to implement some plans that are already on the books within VOPH, like the master roadway plan. We have the county engineer here, which we've been working with, kind of piecemealed over the years on fixing VOPH typicals, but part of this funding that we have when we update the VOPH comprehensive plan will go to changes in the master roadway plan, both in alignment of road and in the overall typical sections.
I did that at a funeral twice.
I was trying to pull up Village of Pasadena, sorry.
It is perfectly fine. Because I know that there has been concern about, originally contemplated, there were some massive widths of roadway. You had 142 feet of roadway segment, and that wasn't even necessarily indicative of capacity serving of 142 square feet. So what we're looking at is reductions to right-of-way typical sections that increase pedestrian mobility, but don't affect the capacity needed by the district for the vehicles. So you can shrink 142-foot typical down into 100 feet and still keep the 4-lane capacity, but you can reduce the overall footprint, which reduces the scale for the pedestrians that are interacting within the roadway.
But this development was designed to be something a little different than just a regular standard cookie cutter type of development coming through. I mean,
Absolutely.
Part of the reason for the distance and the quietness between the developments was to go. You crowd everything in, you're taking away the effect of
Well-
what we wanted to get years ago.
Well, I think that's one of the perfect things that we have here is that the typical section, it doesn't need to stay the same for its entire linear footprint. So what we're doing is condensing footprints in village centers and then taking them back out wider where it's more necessary, where you're getting into the suburbs and where you need the capacity at intersections like 52, Overpass, and Handcart, where we don't need to lose the capacity, but when we get into the village center, it can slow traffic down for
Yeah.
people since you're gonna have a bunch of people crossing the street. Then it then condenses and then we can change the footprint as we get back outside of the village center.
That's absolutely perfect, yeah.
Part of this as well is updating the master utility plan. Since 2008, along with roads, one of the hardships in getting transportation kicked off in VOPH was it's hard to build houses without utilities and it's hard to build houses without roads. So one of the things that we're doing is working to update the master utility plan. And we've been working with Galvin and the utilities department on that, and we're going to have sufficient funding to further master plan the utilities out there. And then some of the stuff that we're currently lacking is a public service plan. You know, master planning for parks, schools, transit, libraries, and public safety. We can get a plan on the books out to 2065 with the allocation of this funds of where these things need to be to serve what could amount to be about 40,000 people living within VOPH. As Mr. Covey covered, I guess here's an overview. So part of what we want to do with the update is to update the typology of specific villages. Right now, this is the current plan on the books, and there are 3 different types of villages: type 1, type 2, and type 3. Type 1 being the most intense of the villages, and type 3 being the least intense. And when this plan was originally devised, you can see some of the layout. You can see the type 2 villages that are actually up along the Clinton extension. You've got type 1 villages, which are more internal, and then you have the type 3 village on the Kirkland Ranch property, which Swift Mud is acquiring. So that's actually going to be taken off the books, which helps us save money in terms of infrastructure, because we had 2 roads going through there that we can now eliminate since it's being bought by Swift Mud. So part of what we want to do is to update which.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Absolutely.
It's great that it's being bought by Swift Mud, but were those roads part of the grid? And should we keep the right to have a road through it, like we did with Ridge Road? I mean, maybe it's a no-access road, but, you know, our well fields block good traffic patterns, and so I don't know the road network there, but should we consider negotiating for a road?
Sure.
Pardon me, which village are we talking about?
So
It's,
if you look
K.
at Village K, that dark purple on the bottom left with all those wetlands.
Yeah.
So whenever we were doing the financial plan assessment, what we've been looking at not only is what the financial viability of removing the road in terms of our savings, but also the impacts to capacity for the residents that live out there. What's the capacity difference in eliminating those 2 roads? It has waterfalling effects on Prospect and Hancart. So we've been looking at that, as well as what can we do in terms of passive recreation with Swift Mud on that large property. Commissioner Oakley?
There is a future road, I believe comes off the end of Elam and comes across by the school there on Kiefer Road, and also runs
Can you
to
put
the
up a
north,
different map?
which is north is down. But is that roadway still gonna be able to be there even though Swift Mud owns that property?
I put up a different map. Is it Watergrass Parkway, that northern extension between Kiefer? Oh, still Elam?
Talking about Elam, Elam runs, it crosses Curly and then comes by the Kirkland Ranch School.
Yeah, where is that on
at
that
Kiefer
map?
Road.
Sure, all of that area, that Elam Road, the Watergrass Parkway, and that whole larger white area. I guess I got a pointer here. This is all Village K. And so we do have, Elam would still be constructed down to Kiefer. Nothing is official in terms of removing these roadways from VOPH. Nothing's official, and this is ideas moving forward as we finalize the financial plan and as we work with the county engineer and Bill Oliver and his teams in terms of our transportation study on bringing back our recommendations to the board on what should be removed and what should be modified. So that could be an option that you see in the future.
Even Overpass Road that comes, it actually comes to the south of Kirkland Ranch property. Hits Fairview Heights Road, continues to Cossack onto 301. It doesn't cross that large piece of land of Kirkland. And then that other Vision Road we were talking about hitting Kiefer, that's kind of separated. I don't know if there's a need for a road in between there somewhere, but
You talking about Watergrass Parkway? Is that the road that would be in question?
I don't know what,
See it on the map?
I'm talking about Overpass actually comes
Below it.
through Watergrass.
But isn't Overpass kind of crowded already?
No, it comes
We all
and
get
ends up-
complaints about
It
Overpass.
actually leads its way on to Fairview Heights and out to Cossack to 301.
It doesn't, it goes all the way out to Gall there. Part
know.
of,
But my question is, should we reserve the ability to one day construct I guess it's Watergrass Parkway, and not give up that Vision Road, even if it doesn't get built now?
I'm gonna say that we need to make sure we protect Watergrass Parkway, Elam Road.
Yeah.
Even if it's later on, where the
Later
graph
on,
goes
right,
in, where
right.
the money's a lot stronger and, you know, the VOPH is overpaid
Yeah.
into it, even if it's at the end of the project,
Right,
but those 2 north-south roads are connecting,
seems pretty
that's
important.
gonna help a lot of traffic down the
Yeah.
road when things get more crowded.
Even if it's just a
So even if it's the
2-lane,
end, but that
Yeah.
whole right-of-way should be preserved and maybe later on get built, but that needs to stay in place. You saw, I mean, we see what Ridge Road has done for this county.
yeah, that.
And when it comes up to 41 coming up, it's gonna be even a bigger reliever. We need to make sure we protect that. So if Swiftmud wants it, so be it, but we gotta make sure VOPH controls that, and we keep that right away.
Sure. And
Thank you.
Good point, good pickup.
Chairman.
It's hard to look at you with that, with the name on your face. It says boardroom. I don't know what it is, but I can read something on your forehead. Where's that coming from?
It's a private land sale between the property owners and the state. So you're not gonna have any land use control over the property. The only way that we could get a right of way is if we negotiate directly with the state for that right of way.
We need to do something.
Because they're not gonna have to come in for any land use approvals. It's gonna be conservation land.
Well, I think for them to come in and buy property in the midst of a major arteries that we have here, for them to come in and like throw all our planning off that we put in place here, I think it's definitely a conversation should happen right away.
Yeah. Jeff, is that bothering you?
Okay. There's not much I can do about it.
You can move to the right.
I think,
I don't know, maybe you'll have a photo on your head then.
I think we actually have had that discussion on Elam Road that comes across by the high school, Kirkland High School, and comes to the north. We've had that discussion with Swiftmud. I don't know what the outcome of that has been, but it just skirts along the school and then across Kiefer and going to the north. That's important, but I know of no other road that's actually gonna cut Kirkland Ranch in two. I know no road that actually does that, so.
I'm just looking at the map and I see lines designed for a grid type pattern and to take those roadways away, just like Ridge Road for years was blocked out. 23 years of
But
trying
is
to
that
get
a road?
development approvals. I mean, I just wanna make sure we protect that. If we set this plan in place, for Swiftman to come in and change all that, that's a big deal.
Is that actually a Vision Road that's in there?
Yeah, that's a major road. Right? I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
Parkway is a
All the
major
way down
road.
to Zephyr Hills bypass. That's a big deal. Otherwise, you're gonna throw right in North and South Avenue. Avenue B.
It doesn't, I mean, it wouldn't
know if
need
that
to
goes
be
through
the big 4-lane, whatever, but, you know, something. Yeah, since it's limited access.
absolutely.
There'll be a trail on there too.
Absolutely. Gonna be trails all over that place.
I think that is a good segue into one of the plans that, as a part of that public service plan, we're also looking at a VOPH trails plan. You know, kind of like a greenway plan for VOPH, but specifically for trails that happen outside of the right of
Did
way.
you skip that one?
I went back a slide
Oh,
since
okay.
I had to go back to that map, and now I'm gonna go back to the typology. I just wanted to clarify there. So, where I was on village typology, currently as it sits, you can see that the most intense villages you can see in dark blue, Village D is type 1, and also Village G. And so that would lend to the more intense non-residential users. And what county staff is doing in this update is seeing that there needs to be a rework in terms of where the type 1 villages are located and where the type 2 villages are located in type 3, because we can see up on those type 2 villages, up on that Clinton Extension Village B, Village A, it now makes more sense, you know, post 2008 in the year 2026, now that the Clinton Extension has been done, that the more intense villages where you have some of the more intense non-residential uses, like, you know, like a movie theater or a big box, we want to keep.
No big boxes.
We need a Sam's Club.
Don't put it in there. Are big boxes allowed in VOPH?
Yes, ma'am, big box currently isn't, but what we're trying to do is that this is a nice middle ground between the 40,000 people that live out here will eventually need some kind of department store, but not every village needs a big box. So that's why we're trying to say, hey, these type 1 villages up on 52, maybe that's an area where you can have a big box store. We can keep it up near 52, it's the more intense village, but then as you come down, into Village D near the Super Park, Village H, Village G, we say, hey, big box isn't allowed in a type 2 village, it's allowed in a type 1 village up on the Clinton extension, it's already a 6-lane highway. Commissioner Waitman?
So, would
That's
it
the
make
purple.
sense to have the big box opportunity further west towards the interstate and that segment of 52? When I say big box, I meant on 52.
There's a
would be
Walmart
ideal,
coming there, aren't you lucky?
But going closer to the interstate side. If you're going to do that, what's the methodology to not have that more where, where one Pasco Center is and the other light industrial complexes are versus sticking that further east,
So connected.
further away from the interstate?
Sure.
And the people who are coming down 52 to Aaron Cutoff, and everything down Connerton way. So what's your methodology there?
It's just that the VOPH boundaries don't get all the way out that far.
I know that.
So Village B is our closest village on 52 to the interstate, and it's on the intersection of Curley, which is also another major arterial road. And so when we're looking at the logic and transportation impacts of having a larger department store or a big box, it makes the most sense to put it up there in Village B because the transportation network that already exists, you've got 6-lane 52 and you can ride west to I-75, but it also puts it in proximity of connected city end users as well as VOPH end users while maintaining the character of the villages that should be happening more central along the Super Park and along,
So,
Village D.
Speaking of character, I think it's probably best to put the actual village circles with the colors where it shows what's what and it comes out to
Yeah.
the light brown. Because Village B's already screwed up. That's one of the votes I regret taking.
Sure.
Is
If
that,
I could redo that, I would. And I've been very vocal from the dais about being very disciplined on not wonkying up these villages. And if we are, we need to understand the methodology behind it and why. And I'm not confident that we're not already going down that path and it's diluting the value of 20-plus years of planning and the green space this project was designed as if that part of the county was flat. And it's not. This is some of the best topography in the state of Florida, and seemingly that was not taken into account when this project was designed. So if you're going to go through and rework these villages, the topo and the contours of the land need to be taken into account because the initial plan does not account for that, from my understanding.
Absolutely. There is we do have topography controls in the current comprehensive plan for VOPH. They're more centered around the specific villages in which the topography was mapped at the time. I believe it's Village J and I, in terms of the topography protections that we had, moving up into Village E. But we can certainly look at increasing our topography protection measures as it relates to the villages of Pasadena Hills moving
And
forward.
that's the value.
Absolutely.
You live on the water or you live on a hill.
Absolutely.
But for this sake of conversation, I think it would be good for everybody to pull it up on the link to have the villages and the color coordinated. That way
Yeah.
we can see
We don't know where the town
how it
centers are.
transitions from the dense part of the town and
Is
then
that coming?
feathers out unless it's not in that. I go to the website and pull it up. That's typically.
Certainly.
Talking about the circles.
We have that, it's a PH2 in the comprehensive plan. If we want to pull that up now, we certainly can.
I think I'd like to see it.
While we're doing that, Commissioner Starkey?
I'm just wondering why you wouldn't put the big box over on 301. Where's 301 on that map?
So that hatched area is the VOPH countryside, which is our rural protection area in VOPH. And so 301 is on the east side of that hatched
I mean, that's
area
already,
there.
that's already looking like a place where big box should go and is. And I agree with Commissioner Waitman that you got a Walmart coming at 52 and McKendree?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Why not put another one near there and just go ahead and ruin that whole area and leave this to be nice?
I mean, if the board's direction for staff is to not allow big box in any of the village centers, we can certainly take it that direction. This was our direction as we were working with stakeholders prior to the workshop, trying to find a common ground between development and regulation. But if the board's direction to us is that we need to be more stringent on where big boxes go, even outside of the typology of the village, we can certainly do so.
At some point, I want to make sure we get into what we're doing with the park too, because what we've got set up from the plans I've seen, I'm not happy with. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and it may be for even like a Publix to be near there. It may be good for a hotel to be right there. So, we've talked about this, Mike, but I think at some point that's got to get in there. Let me go back to a question with Village K. With all the calculations, how many units were going to be in Village K?
Good
Uh,
point.
The initial
Yeah,
plan was, how many units were in Village K?
I think it was estimated 1,200 dwelling units that we
So-
ended up cutting off.
So if what comes in,
I was low. 2,000. I was a little low.
okay, so you get 2,000 units are part of this financial plan. Was that part of the plan that you showed us in the initial slides?
No, so they did
take those
calibrate
out?
for removing those, yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Are we transferring those density, are we doing a TDR?
So that is an excellent question and something that staff has been wrestling with on, do we add that density to an existing village? Or do we look here at the intersection of an arterial and collector road that currently doesn't have a village center? And do we make up for a village center from Village K with a new village center? And that's part of what we've been trying to ascertain. We're just waiting on the financial plan to be fully locked down and the transportation analysis to be fully locked down before we add in another 2,000 units to our transportation modeling that we've already been doing over the past year.
Well, I'm really interested to see the rest of your presentation, because I would say if we could put those densities into the downtowns of the villages and do vertical mixed use, that to help fund the retail and commercial in a town center, I would be all for that.
Absolutely.
And you're gonna show some pictures that I think.
Yes, and I'm gonna talk about minimum density ranges, what we have now, as well as I move on. But this is PH2.
Hang on a second. So just to get to that subject a little bit, so I think you gotta be careful. The way this was laid out, and as well as there's concern about what we're gonna do to change what was planned for 20 years ago, to throw more densities in here, the way these roads were set up, I think you really take a close look at that. Because one of the things was, if they don't have the need for the transportation, then they won't need as much money to build out the transportation. So if you have less density, it's not a bad thing necessarily. It means less intense roads. Like we're taking out two major roads that are in there that are coming out now. So I don't need to throw the density somewhere else when now I'm missing those two roads too, which won't come, in my opinion, till the end of everything, but just to throw more and more density.
Well,
If you wanna go take a look at a place, go up to Claremont. There's a really nice development up there. Claremont, as you know, has great topography, lakes, et cetera. And what they've done to that, literally, you can go there and you can see what you see would be hills that they could have incorporated better. Houses. View sheds blocked by the houses.
they
et
sold
cetera.
their hills.
That's what I'm saying. So that was one of the
Yeah.
things we talked about with the comprehensive plan many years ago, to make sure we didn't do that in the eastern part of the county. And I just don't wanna see you keep slamming the density down when you're gonna start taking away some of the stuff. Like trying to shrink the road, right of way that we need, because part of it is, go to some nice neighborhoods that were built years ago. It's kinda nice driving down there and seeing a big, wide open area to the side, which would accommodate for more things if you want to build wider trails to let that happen. So I want to be careful about not just jamming all this density, because, go to Trinity, go to Wesley Chapel, look at all the traffic there. Density's not the answer.
Not like that. That's the wrong way that,
I'm just saying. you
that
keep on pushing,
development's
pushing,
not what we
pushing,
want.
You're
I
gonna
think
get more and more stuff.
he's gonna show you, and I'd love to take you on some field trips, Jax.
I'm just looking at what we've done.
I think you're trying to say the densities for all of the small businesses.
Yeah, right down, in the downtown.
We were
Yeah.
Quiet.
underserved,
Like the-
VOPH was
Quiet.
underserved for commercial. The take-up has been the traditional single-family type of development. So we went through this exercise to make sure we have a good balance in VOPH, and that's why Will's going through this exercise now.
And I think Commissioner Wade brings up a good point. Let's go see these centers to what's there now and what's planned.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is the land use vision, the PH2 that Commissioner Waitman was referencing that shows approximate density ranges around the village center. So you see the dark red at the village center, and then as you move along from that, you have the brown, which is the core residential, which is more medium density, high density residential, into the yellow in the periphery, which is the lower density. That's a max 2 dwelling units an acre, so that's your larger single family that exists in the periphery of each building. It's a very traditional concentric zone model here. Commissioner?
So thank you, Chair. So go to Village B with your laser pointer
And what is that?
and show and explain on the record how we screwed that up by making the decision on villages on the green and why.
Sure. I think that
I can say it or you can.
well, I think that the real blunder here was the original contemplation in 2008 of the plan of having a village center at the Clinton Avenue extension at all, knowing that it was going to be 6-laned. It didn't really set up to have a village center on a 6-lane road that was going to be feasible anyhow. What should have happened was that the village either should have been moved south or north of the intersection to utilize the intersection for its transportation network that was going to be already built by the county and the state. Go ahead and leverage that, but then actually have your formation of the village either north or south of that intersection to allow people to be able to function within a quadrant of the intersection rather than focusing on the intersection itself.
So this is a
Yeah, agreed.
gateway into VOPH, your entry points, along Curly. I don't think any of that's been taken into account, like you've arrived into the hills of Pasco coming into VOPH. That's not been taken into account.
Sure.
And when you look at where we put in the light brown, we approve villages on the green, but because of that decision, it screwed up some of the red on the northeast corner of Curly. So I don't know, because that decision with the formula reconfigured the village core, how do we go back in and make it salvage what has happened to the northeast corner of Curly and 52 or McCabe or whatever you call it, because of that decision of villages on the green?
Sure. One of the first things that was tough is there at the southeast portion of the intersection, FDOT put a pond in, so that really cut planning staff's legs from out from underneath them because they took a hard corner that would have been perfect for commercial.
Yeah, crazy.
It's now a pond. We didn't have any say in the matter at the time, but I think that one of the salvaging pieces is treating the village center in this case as being 2 modular pieces, one on the north side of the road and one on the south side of the road, to where, sure, on the map it's one village center, but in effect, because of the width of the Clinton extension, you really need to treat them as 2 modular 1A, 1B village center. They're both Village B, but it should be B1 and B2 because they're having to act independently of one another because of the width of 52, but then adding wayfinding to your point and adding this stuff to let people know that this is in fact the entrance to Villages of Pasadena Hills as you're moving across Clinton Extension is certainly valuable.
Let me throw an idea out there, because I'm glad, listen to Mike Carbella just say, they do this all over the place. Look at Bellamy and 52, where the old Neon Cowboy was, wasted property for a pond. They did the same thing at 41, caused us a mess, where that could have been a much better quadrant. So they continually do what we say, we don't want to see it happen again, and there it happened again. And I'll say this, I still think you can salvage that area if we go back to the planning board. When I drive by 52, when I hit Marata, got a nice thing, send a statement, bam, you've arrived at Marata, right? Looks good. You could do the same thing still there, but it's gonna take a little bit of planning, because you could take that pond and move it to the other side, further down, and protect that whole quadrant, and then make something happen in that section right there.
Isn't
And I
that
think
Wilton's property? Around that pond?
I don't know, but it's open land, is what I know.
No?
So, what's that?
I was answering that question. I didn't know
I
off the
thought
top
there
of
was
my head
a
about whose
Publix or
property it
something
was.
coming there.
Well, anyway, with the giant pond that's there, complete waste of space, and you could make a statement right there at the entryway, which actually even separates from Marata right at that point too. So I think that's probably a dialogue needs to happen. But as far as for planners, and we're looking at 52 and other expansions along, we need to make sure we're protecting these quadrants. There shouldn't be ponds. Terry?
Mr. Chairman, McDonald's, Peto's Planning Services, Planning Development, Economic Growth. So not really part of the VOPH discussion, but more part of a comprehensive plan update discussion, although that's not the subject of today's later discussion, is the preservation and protection of our intersections. So we've created established policies, or will establish policies in Pasco 2050 that mandates the preservation of our intersection corners against stormwater facilities, so that you don't end up in these types of scenarios that we've just highlighted with ponds on our hard corners. So it'll be policy, if the board agrees, that only developments should be right up on our intersection corners, and that if there's need for detention, that detention should be located off the intersection and away from the frontages of the arterials and collectors.
Thank you. Commissioner Starkey?
If you look at Starkey Boulevard and State Road 54, DOT put the pond right where the Vision Road of Starkey going across 54. Dewey Mitchell sued them and got a lot of money because they put a pond there. So it's not, I guess, I want to make sure that kind of situation gets captured in your language, because it wasn't a corner yet. It was
Yes.
anticipated to be a corner.
We have the Vision Road intersections also covered in this policy. So
He told them to move it over, move it down 20 feet, or whatever, and you'll be out of the intersection. They wouldn't do it. They didn't want to resurvey it. It's crazy.
Can we go back to the slideshow?
Any more about that intersection?
No, I was just, thank you, Chair. No, I was just using that as an example.
But
sir.
what's
So,
coming in that intersection?
So, as that's an example, says we've made decisions. Are the decisions that have made today in these villages that are starting to bill out, are we in line with the spirit of the plan? Are we not? How far off base are we?
Sure.
'Cause we got one shot at this, and we have the ability
We don't know what's.
to make changes if we need to, and so we need to understand.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Yeager?
So I had met with Terry, and it was very eye-opening because he showed me exactly what's going in all over on that land. I think that would be helpful, because as we're talking about the roads and what's coming, then we see, where the density is and the single-family homes, because like you said, with the roads and the connectivity and the grid, I think it would be very helpful to see what's already entitled on those parcels.
And Mr. Chairman, that's my question to Seth. I don't remember what's going in on that corner. So what's going on? Because they're not showing us what's been
It
approved.
just has the zoning.
So-
C2.
I've got a map here, Terry.
But
So-
back to, Will, before you get going, back to a question, where are we at in our decision-making methodology that has been approved today? Are we in line with the structure of the village centers? Are we out of whack a little bit? Are we way off base?
Absolutely. I think that, I guess number one, it's a fairly nuanced question. There's a couple different perspectives that you
I've
can
asked
look
it
at.
like
But
100 times
the first thing that I would say is that
You didn't answer.
VOPH has constantly evolved since 2008 in terms of the direction of what these different village centers have looked like. And staff in the last, I'd say 4 years has really taken VOPH head on to try to get these planning outcomes, not only for the board, but for the citizens and the people that bought into the VOPH comprehensive plan to begin with in 2008. And so the first step of that to make sure that we're on the right track was Mr. Covey's financial plan assessment, which is why I tied it to the comprehensive plan update, because we needed to get our hands on the financial mechanisms first to then be able to allocate those resources to the form question that you're asking now. And I would say that there's absolutely tweaks that need to be made, but the original language in the comprehensive plan and the lack of a land development code for the villages of Pasadena Hills kept staff's hands tied in terms of some of the character that the board wants to see now. So what I'm proposing to you now is changes and remedies for that and examples of character that I think that the board would like to see and things that are feasible for the development community to provide to staff in the villages of Pasadena Hills based on the dollars and cents that staff is gonna have to work with in order to implement that.
So
Can't-
so how off are we? A little bit, a lot of it? I mean, you
And
gave a
and-
great polished answer, just, it's a workshop, man.
It's a, oh. So,
No, you still didn't answer the question.
I mean, Mr.
Someone needs to
Mr.
answer the
Chairman.
question.
It's not, I'm asking very
yeah.
directly, and I'm getting long-winded answers.
I'll answer the question. I think that VOPH was a little off, to be honest, about what the original vision was in 2008, where we were as of 2020, and the retrofit work that we've done since 2021 to bring VOPH back. One of the major concerns that we had with being off was not just in design and the location of land use, but what happened in 21 and 22 was major inflation across the board in the country, and it also affected us here and VOPH specifically, which necessitated the financial plan assessment to figure out, you know, where are we actually standing here. We're realizing, having worked with some pretty good development partners in Galvin and Harris, that we're off on our projections as it relates to the number of dwelling units that we're going to have in VOPH. So that tells you right there that we were a little off base. Originally anticipating, 42,000, trying to get to 80%, and we're only really going to actuate about 60%. So yes, you're going to be a little off on that as a result. That said, I mentioned that we are working with some pretty good development partners in VOPH to bring the ship back on course. And I think we've made some great progress over the last couple of years to make sure that the vision that was set in 2008 is going to be accomplished in 2025 terms, let's call it. And that's where Will's discussion about the comprehensive plan is going to make a lot of sense, because back in 2019, 2020, there was concern that VOPH was basically at a disadvantage to what the rest of the county was able to accomplish in terms of development. And so there were amendments that were made to the 2020 plan where certain, like TND was removed from VOPH back in 2020 because it was thought to be a development disadvantage. The rest of the county didn't have to do it. Why did VOPH have to specifically do it? That was perhaps one of the greatest indicators of how off the plan actually came. And then
Let me stop you
in
just for a
working
quick
with,
second.
yes,
Just to cover that point. So tell me how many developments we've done T and D?
in the county,
Yeah.
Longleaf, I think, would be the only one
New
So where
River?
is it a
in
disadvantage?
New River.
So where was that a disadvantage then? No
Well,
one else has done it. Where is it a disadvantage?
Well, the disadvantage was that VOPH was saying that we're mandated to do this TND, but nowhere else in the county are they being mandated to do
Okay.
it. So the mandate was removed in 2020.
So they took it away.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Never should have done.
in subsequent years with new development partners like Galvin, who actually approved guidelines along with their MPUDs that they were building for the majority of the project
Can you show
area.
where it is, where Galvin's project
Yeah,
is?
you-
Because it's all T&D.
Yeah. This is where we're able to start to come back and salvage what we had in 2008 with really good partners who are willing to do something different. They realize the advantage now that good design aesthetic is going to bring them, that's going to separate them from, in terms of a little niche market from the rest of the county. So it's actually turned into a benefit at this point. So that's a long answer to the quick answer that you wanted, Commissioner, that I think we were a little off and that we're coming back now.
But that's because you have, so what about people who aren't the owners, that aren't like Galvin? Are they gonna be complimentary to what he's doing? How do we make
Yeah,
them,
so
make
Galvin-
them do that?
yes.
Because we don't need a mirror of what's to the west.
Correct.
Thank you.
This needs to be completely unique, and it
Yeah.
is.
Right.
And, you know, that's a real community of real value
Right.
that's needed in our county.
Right.
And I'm not confident that we're not on the wrong path. And I've been saying this for years.
That's part of the discussion that Will's going to have right now in terms of the comprehensive plan update. We are going to be working on village of Pasadena Hills commercial standards, for example. Galvin and Evans, I think, control about 80%, I think. Is that close enough? Close enough, anyway. Of a great deal, majority of the Villages of Pasadena Hills commercial areas and non-residential areas, I should say more generally. So they're the biggest stakeholders. We'll be able to set the standards with them. And then pretty much everybody else who's going to have to, who's going to want to build in VOPH, they're going to have to follow the general VOPH standard at that point. We're not there yet. We want to build the confidence and the capability to go ahead and do exactly that. It's to make sure that VOPH builds a specific form, pattern, place that people will recognize.
I think that really is the answer. Is what I'm presenting today is attempting to put VOPH on track, on the bullseye for what the commission and what the citizens want to see out of the Village of Pasadena Hills. I think that's a good segue. We move off of typology here, where we talked about, I guess I need to touch on it a little bit more. Commercial entitlement reallocations. Some of the villages are vastly underserved in terms of the commercial that they have in relation to their locational criteria and the amount of residents that would live in the village. So part of this study, part of the financial plan is where do we need to increase commercial entitlements and what do we need to do about residential density ranges within different types of villages in order to support infrastructure and then in turn support the non-residential users, because they do need a certain amount of residential users there to keep that certain business afloat. But the more part on getting on track and hitting the bullseye is legitimate village center design standards, both for residential users and non-residential users. And so what does this mean for our village centers? The first thing that it means is it's a compact development pattern, which means a grid network. A lot of times people point to a grid network in VOPH and they point to, the master roadway plan from a 30,000 foot level is establishing a grid. It does establish a grid in the macro sense, but VOPH's intent was to have a grid at the micro level. Each village having its own grid of reliever roads that are just neighborhood residential roads, but offer you multiple ways in and out of a village forming a grid, not just the master roadway forming a grid. We need to do a better job of enforcing the grid network development, which in turn is going to help our building orientation and screening parking. I think all the commission has been aligned in terms of nobody likes walking past parking when we're trying to create these pedestrian-oriented areas, walking past a large parking lot, and then a couple 100 feet away is the building you want to walk to. It doesn't feel comfortable as a pedestrian, and the scale feels off, and it feels hot. So what we want to do is create compact development patterns with screened parking, continue to emphasize multimodal transit options and pedestrian movement, which I think that's one of the things that VOPH has done well over the past few years is because of the roadway typical sections that were originally improved. This area is a little bit ahead of the county in terms of its width and breadth of pedestrian network that's already being created, since it had the multiple pathway systems and was planning for golf cart usage, where some of the county roads that are needing to be retrofitted now are the old 5-foot sidewalks. But we need to be able to carry that into the village center and make the design compatible with people on bikes and golf carts, making sure that adequate parking for those things is happening. To the rear of the village center, you park your golf cart or your bike up to the park, and then you're able to walk to the non-residential uses and then back. The proper integration of residential and non-residential uses, a lot of times you can see a development pattern that's clearly this area over here is residential, this area over here is non-residential, and there's no real relation between the two uses that's occurring, and it just feels like two separate developments. What we want to do within the village centers is a proper integration of residential and non-residential uses, and I have some examples here where I talk about building orientation, grid networks, and public places. I think public places is something that VOPH can improve on in terms of the requirement of these public spaces. I think in the last few public hearings, There's been a lot of talk about social gathering spaces as a requirement in MPDs in particular in Connected City. Staff's been trying to do a better job of requiring social gathering spaces between retail and between residential where people have a place to go. But this is something that really needs to be implemented within VOPH in these.
No,
So
opposite of, there.
the first one here, this is Baldwin Park, Orlando, Florida. This is looking right down one of their main streets in the development here. You have on-street seating with shade, and the buildings here, they're up along the roadway with on-street parking, and they've even done, brick pavers here, which slows down the speed of cars because, you rattle around and your teeth fall out when you drive over the brick roads. But it also gives a good linear view shed to the pedestrian. But the buildings never have to get that tall to give us that sense of place. You can see here, even over on the far left, that's a one-story retail building, and it's still doing a good job of providing scale. And as you move further down the corridor, you're only getting up to about, it looks like it's only 3 stories in this case. So part of what I'm doing and Mr. Covey's doing is we're in contact with the municipality that permitted Baldwin Park so that we can understand, what are the entitlements needed to serve this? What was their acreage? And what kind of regulations did they use in order to secure this footprint of development? And how did they make it occur? The next example here, I know that this is Tennessee. I'm originally from Tennessee, and so I picked a development that I'm familiar with. But the reason that I picked this, more importantly, is I think that this development style, outside of the facades, I think it looks quintessentially Southern. It looks more like the building form of Dade City, and it looks like more the building form of my hometown in Tennessee, but it's new development. And I think that that's transferable from what they did in Tennessee, which is a less hot market than the state of Florida, if we're being frank. They were able to accomplish this in an area where the real estate market is not near as hot, land isn't near as valuable. But they were able to get this footprint here where you can see in the background, you have a single-family detached house past the shade trees. And then as you come into the forefront, these 3-story brick buildings where the bottom floor of those first 3 buildings there in the forefront is retail, the top floor is residential, but actually, as you move past here, this is single-family detached rear-loaded, and you can't even tell through the view shed.
Rear-loaded, that's the
Rear-loaded.
magic word.
Every single single-family product, townhome in this development is rear-loaded, and they average about $1.4 million per here in this development for the single-family detached.
I have a comment. So when we were in Arkansas, they had something very similar like that. And they went as far as like, if it was a Jimmy John's, it had the same look to it. Everything had character. So that would be something really cool for VOPH.
Absolutely.
That it wasn't like, oh, it's a Subway, or it's, it would have to maintain the character of the neighborhood. And you could have houses, next to it, or, mixed use like that all over the place.
Absolutely, and that's part of what we want to do with VOPH, and VOPH in particular is, within the breadth of the county, we have the unified sign plan, which you're allowed to do, but it can be quite cumbersome and complicated for applicants. And in VOPH, we don't want something that the board wants to see happen, like a unified sign plan, like this character, be so cumbersome. So part of the VOPH comprehensive plan update is creating something for VOPH that's like a unified sign plan that has this uniform character, but without the cumbersome nature that it takes to go through a unified sign plan currently, because it can make a lot of applicants not do it because they see the long process that it takes, and they'd rather just do their standard fare than operate within that. And it's a good point too, because here in the forefront pharmacy drive-in, this edge right here, this is actually a Publix. And Publix was able to come in here and fit the form and fit their pharmacy drive-through in like an alley.
Yep.
And it worked wonderfully. And so what you see here is another intersection of those same buildings with residential on top, retail on the bottom, and then full retail buildings down here, angled parking, parallel parking, intersections that aren't too big. But also, I think that they did a really good job with landscaping here as well, which is important when you talk about walkability, is being able to shade the areas that people walk in, especially down here in Florida where it can get hot. Palm trees look great, but they need to be used in the correct places. They don't provide a lot of shade. Use the palm trees where they're required. Use them where that they make sense for your development, but then also use shade trees as an actual utilitarian use to provide something for the shade if you're not going to do something like a sconce or an awning.
Didn't we have that discussion yesterday with M&M?
We absolutely did. We absolutely did. And finally, when I talk about public space, Berry Farms in particular, they created something that was a very nice public space. It's maintained by their maintenance group there. And as you go into, this right here is the start of the Publix pharmacy. But as you go in, these are all live work. These are owner occupied. These aren't rentals. These are bought. You have the on-street parking, but it's all centralized around their park space so that whenever everybody is activated here in the retail area in the cross section, they come out here to the park and then they stop along at these retail places here along before they go home. Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Starkey.
When we were in Cincinnati, where did we go before our first?
Well, the first one was Cincinnati, we went
Okay.
down to Hamptons,
So,
Commons.
yeah, so when we were in, whatever that one was called, Norton Commons, say that brick building over there on the left, that was an, senior housing, affordable senior housing. It looked, and it's melted right into the little downtown. And then across the street, let's say those 6 windows on the top, that was a hotel. That, it was a keyless entry hotel, just like a VRBO, you check in online, you get a code for the door, and it was a hotel downtown. I mean, so there's so many things that can happen with this form if the codes are right.
And we have similar form in Pasco County already at Avalon Park, Wesley Chapel.
Yeah.
The urban core there is taking shape with the green and the vertically integrated mixed use.
Yeah.
So, there's a couple of things that come to mind. I mentioned this a long time ago, Peachtree City. And I love the overpasses or underpasses, whatever you got along Handcart where you can go under to go. I mean, my daughter, we were up there to visit friends, whatever, and the golf carts, you could take a golf cart from your cul-de-sac, go in the backyard, take a trail, zip around. You could then go to a commercial section, as the trail network would connect, go underground, and she always said, I'll never forget it, she says, Dad, I want to go live here because I want to be able to take my golf cart to Dairy Queen, get a Blizzard. So that type of thing allows kids even to go where they need to go
Yep.
safely.
Yep.
When I look at place I grew up in Massachusetts, Gloucester, there was a bakery, Virgilio's Bakery, down the bottom. They owned the whole building, they lived up top, the whole family. So even multi-generational lived there. So that type of thing, from what you're just saying, I think is, what you just mentioned, is exactly what I think is good for these core centers. Champions Gate, anybody ever drive through there?
Yeah.
All of a sudden you get the GPS tells you to go down 27 because the traffic's so bad. So that's a place they could have had, I think, more owner residential. And I do like the fact of owner residential. David, when I was up in Alexandria, I sent you a pin of an area that was in a, area's kind of quiet, in from the roadway, but then right in that center, they had an elementary school. From the elementary school, all sorts of housing, it was intense, but at the same time, if everyone was going to kids could go there. And I saw it wasn't just young families there, but seniors too. So you had a mix of population. It was all owned, so it was like, wasn't all rentals, but it was ownership there, and everybody had the community. If their focus was their kids, they were right there, easy to walk in. Grandparents picking the kids up, they could do it too. So I think these cores are good examples, and I think that's a good example of something we can get. Over in Alexandria or at Old Town, amongst all the heavy residential, they had an area like that with an amphitheater type of thing where people could go out. Not a big one, but big enough to where it could be big for all the grass.
So,
Ms.
Commissioner, one of the reasons why I talked about the TDR, transfer of development rights, and putting density, you have to have density downtown to make this work. And that's why this is where you want the density. You want those 2 and 3 stories. You want people downtown, you want it to be vibrant. So I would take the density from Kirkland Ranch and throw it there to incentivize this kind of development. That's kind of what I was saying. Am I right, Terry?
That's the historic
David?
development patterns of Pasco County. We
Yeah.
have centers like Dade City.
Right,
And we
that's-
have rural suburban around it, and we're trying to duplicate the tone and cadence of our existing historic land use patterns here in VOPH.
Yeah. Hyde Park, you know.
I see in this a nice water feature where kids can run through it, and you have,
Splash pads.
kids, dogs, you know what I'm saying, walking around,
Absolutely.
grabbing an ice cream.
And
all that.
farmers markets on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
The kids here, they're out till 9, 10 o'clock at night in this development when I lived in Tennessee, just because of how safe it felt for the parents. Like Commissioner Mariano said, we're like, yeah, like your daughter, your kids, yeah, hey, go down the road and get ice cream. I don't need to go with you. We don't need to get in the car and get on 54. Go down and do it. And if I was to zoom out from here, I think one of the other thing that's cool is the whole surrounding area outside of this development is it's all 1 acre lots. It fits into the rural areas that we want in VOPH, but it still gives this feel to where it was still compatible with the 1 acre lots and the 2 acre lots that sit along outside of the development. They're divided by a road. And they exist perfectly because those people like going into this downtown and going back out into the periphery, which in this case, that's where you're in the sub 2 dwelling units an acre in VOPH. But it still mins, and that's something that, staff is looking to accomplish as a part of the 2050 update.
As Commissioner Wayton brought up the corner at Curly and 52, even on Marata's side, that whole corner that's commercial, or could be commercial, you got a sunken out oak tree where all the drainage is gonna go, so eventually it's gonna get wet and probably topple over, and they got an open spot doing nothing. When you can get, if you go back to the Baldwin Park shot, you could have had something that at the corner instead. And
Not
we
at this
shouldn't have a single high-density apartment complex anywhere in this VOPH unless it's right there, and there shouldn't be many of them, because if you want to go for the tax increment stuff, get those multi-million-dollar units that could be like 2 stories, 3 stories, for high-end residential, people will pay for that, and it can go. But if you just keep having apartments going, you're not getting the demographic you want, number one, and number two, you're not getting the value. And as a big part of this tax increment program that they're gonna benefit from, we've gotta get the high-end stuff. Get those high-end demographics, because the more high-end you have in the center, is gonna radiate to support those 1 acre lots to the back. Because right now, all we get is, you get apartments over here, and there's some residential over here, or some townhomes mixed. The intensity in those corners is key, and I'm glad you brought those up to look at those things, because if we're gonna shift anything, it should be that way. If they're not getting the units, probably because they're not building enough of what they could be building. But you can't just get that traditional guy coming in, well, I don't build that, I don't build that, I don't build that. The heck with that, let's go tell them what we're gonna allow, drive it through and let the market, then get the right builders to come in, if they see we're gonna go that way. But when they can find, I'm gonna go have to build an apartment guy who's gonna pay more money, I'm gonna short sell and go, we're gonna get more of the same.
Absolutely. And this concludes the update for the 2050 comprehensive plan, and Mr. Covey and PD will be back before you as we continue to flush this out, but we wanted to give the board, hey, this is the direction that we're headed, and so that we can take your input that we got today and put that in to move forward. Yes, sir?
So, you mentioned Tennessee. They got less going on than we do. Like,
Careful
We got
now.
less
Careful
going on
now.
Than Florida does, right? But they're getting a higher end product. Florida seems to be all over the state. The builders give us their entry grade product. You go to Texas, wherever, and you see what Lennar's capable of building, or the large tract
That's what I was just
cables
gonna
are
say.
able to build is quite impressive. So why is it that places like Tennessee and others, what are they doing to attract this? Or is Florida just like, hey, this is a volume model, and we need to turn and burn to make cash? You know, is that just the difference in the markets? Like, what's driving these two things from Tennessee versus
Yeah,
Florida?
I think it's the difference of the developer's perspective. So I've looked at these great mixed-use projects using innovative design and land use planning, and the master developers are in for the long haul. They realize that if you invest in, and there's a lot of capital-intensive upfront costs, but if you invest wisely and have good quality lenders, you have monetization and value enhancement, and you'll make more money in the long haul. And if you notice, a lot of these projects, the developer has equity in these projects. Avalon Park, the Avalon Park Group, they own the downtown. The Kentucky project that Mayor, Commissioner Starkey and I went several years ago, the developer owns the downtown. And that type of equity commitment and the long view makes more money and the communities are happier.
You know, what we're not gonna get here is DR and Lennar. If we put certain requirements in, rear-loaded townhomes, rear-loaded, you know, houses, they're not gonna be the ones buying the land. We're gonna get a different kind of person coming in and developing.
Well, I'm gonna give you a line too. At the last planning commission meeting, a project in Hudson was coming in, and it was brought out on record where they talked about, you know, why can't we get bigger lots? And what was said was something like, well, the people we're gonna sell to don't want that. And for that reason, from a continuation to coming forward, that's the answer we got, and that's what we lived with. It's coming up before us soon, but that type of discussion needs to shift, and we gotta set the things in to make it work.
I do have a call with the director of this municipality to get their conditions of approval, what their future land use element looks like for this particular area, and what did they get for a master plan? Did they get a bubble plan? Did they get a binding plan? So that I can see what the implementation strategy was that got this built on the ground, and how does it differ from the strategy that Pasco's had. So I'm gonna pick their brain, get their approval documents, and hopefully bring some of that back to the board of, these are some of the best practices that made this get built.
Here's waiting.
What year was this founded? How long did it take them to build this out?
Ironically enough, it says 2005 there. I will say
I
that
guess
living
from
there,
you
the fate.
talk to them from approval to customers walking in the door.
So it's been a long time, and I know growing up there in terms of like how they had to phase the project and what they had to build first. So they did get original PUD zoning approval in the early 2000s, and they sat on it for a couple of years and didn't really do anything. And they came in and they revised their plan sets, and they built the single family product first, and then they came in with some of their main anchors, secondary, like the Publix, and then there's some other stuff that's not pictured out along the main corridor. Like they had a special Chick-fil-A that they did, an eye doctor, stuff like that they came in with. But most importantly, what they did first before any of that is they built the infrastructure for the entire development, and they set the grid pattern first, so that when they sold to individual home builders, because it's not all, I don't think it's all the same developer. I think you got some Stanley Martin in there. Whenever they came in, the bones for the development were already laid out. These are the roads that you have to work with. These are the lot typicals. You can build them as big as you want, or in this area you can do townhomes, in this area you can do this. But the roads are already built, and you have no choice but to form your building orientation to this grid network. So when the Publix comes in, it plugs and plays.
So how many acres is this?
This is right at 100 acres total for the entire thing. What you can't see here, 300,000 square feet of office, 4 hotels. I showed more of the downtown, but what they did, like VOPH, is
So the residential all is on 100 acres. This entire MPUD, or whatever you call it in Tennessee, is 100 acres.
yes, sir. But they've got hotel, they've got office, retail, multifamily, townhomes, single-family detached on 100 acres. And it's really indicative of what VOPH could be in terms of the size. The scale's not crazy. The downtown's pretty small, and then on the periphery, you know, they've got the hotels and their office use that they needed for their employment generation, and it all works pretty wonderfully together, even with the single family and the development.
If you would, Will, send us more plans on this. Commissioner
Yes,
Yeager.
sir.
So one of the things you touched on was safety, like saying, you know, you could send your child to grab ice cream. And if you notice how everything is laid out, the crime rate's gonna be lower because see, all the porches are facing in, you're gonna have people in the parks, you're gonna have people outside on the restaurants, so there's gonna be eyes everywhere.
Absolutely.
So
Eyes on the
it
street.
It lowers the crime rate. So when we're thinking about designing neighborhoods and things being rear-loaded, that really does help lower crime because people are out and about and looking around, so.
Absolutely. And you can count on your neighbor to keep an eye on your kids. Whenever you send them down the street to get ice cream and you know the guy at the corner,
Yep.
hey, yeah, I saw your kid walk down and walk back.
Yeah, you watch Family Guy?
No, sir. Not officially on the record.
So let me ask this, is this just like you're looking for direction, we're coming through, is there gonna be any public meetings to show people what we're trying to get to?
Absolutely. I think that's a proper planning practice of any comprehensive plan update is public workshops, and once we have something more concrete, we can kick off public workshops.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this has been a very instructive session. So prior to these public meetings, we wanted to get board input and engagement. I've been taking very careful notes, and I understand which each one of you are focused. And, you know, at first I thought there was a lot of variance in opinion, but it's really a uniform opinion. This is a special area. We don't want it to look like a single-family sprawl project. There are certain gateway and also placemaking exercises. So we're gonna take that back, and we also have we listened to the board in the past, and I remember Commissioner Waitman was very concerned about the business and financial plan of VOPH. We right-sized it, we scrutinized how we're gonna derive the revenue to build out the roads and the infrastructure without burden to the county. And I think we've achieved that goal, and now we can focus on the design goal of the board. And we're ready to take it back and come back and maybe make a presentation or at a workshop at a more convenient time in the future. Right? I mean, it's up to the board.
Yes, I would imagine.
I think a
Did you
presentation
want
would
to
be
talk
great,
about
yeah.
the park?
Yeah,
Or
definitely.
I don't think we need to talk to the park now, but I'll just put my concerns too. I think we need to make sure we get a lot more out of that park, and I think in there we should be looking between, have a Publix there, a hotel there, get something where,
Can we pull the map back up as you're talking?
okay, if you could pull the park up,
are we going into this, are we doing this?
I guess we're doing it. Do you have another picture of the park though?
This is my map that shows where the super park is. I didn't have any specific parks
So I
parks
mean, this
exhibits.
super park serving the whole community all around,
Yes,
all
sir.
around, not just in VOP, correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
we need to make sure we make this where it's gonna be helpful to kids that wanna go play sports, that they got places to play. It can't just be meandering things here, there, and everywhere. We gotta really focus on what the design's gonna be. I think that could be a separate workshop in itself, and it probably should be.
Well, did
And
you see?
not even a workshop, just at least a full presentation on it, instead of just a quick shot, here's what we got.
Did you see Keith's, did you see the plan for it with all the ballparks and the
I'd like to-
We
outdoors?
talked about it briefly at the previous workshop. You're
Yeah.
saying something more intense.
Because I think you gotta look at what's around it too. Like, how are we gonna make this work in cooperation? Like, if I'm gonna have a park, you got kids coming from out of town too. You got tournaments that may be coming in there, if we're gonna set up for that, that you wanna have a place for people to stay. They're gonna wanna buy something while they're there between Publix or whatever, so let's go look at not just the park itself, but let's go look around. Let's bring the owner of the properties around there to say, what can we do here to make this fly? Because you get a great opportunity, and right now, I don't think we're maximized. I think it's
Yeah.
almost gonna be as bad as the Curly intersection, if we don't get it right. Mr. Starkey.
I agree, because I was hoping that the neighborhoods edging that were gonna be like Baldwin Park and walkable, so that there's an interface between a downtown and the park. But I think there's already development that's approved next to the park.
Yep.
That's not what we would have wanted.
We have partial development, and there's some West Bay that's
What
being
is it?
built. Single-family detached, West Bay is in
So it's a suburban
this
model,
area here.
not a walkable community, is that right?
They do have all of our multi-use paths as a part of their community to connect to the park, as well as actually there is a commercial,
What kind
commercial
of
downtown
commercial,
area
though?
here. I believe it's, at the time when this was approved, it was probably just commercial
Strip
retail.
mall? I don't think we should be allowing
I don't
strip
think they
mall
have
here at all.
anything, they don't have any commercial approved, I'll put it that way.
Okay. I think we need to be really careful on the development pattern of the commercial
But
owners.
you do at Kiefer and Hancock, which is across the street on the Evans piece.
So, I
no,
mean, like I said, there's opportunities here,
Yeah.
and I think now's the time to really bring everybody in around there. And whatever's done and said, so be it, but at least we'll look at everything else that's here and figure out what's the best way to make that be a core, because that should be a big core feature for everything we're doing. When I look at Champions Gate, as much as all the traffic's there, the fields that they built to the side are phenomenal to support the hotel, support the rest of everything around it. Had they done a little better with the transportation, so be it, but that's why we need to look at everything around it. So I think that should be a separate, maybe it's a 20, 30-minute presentation at a board meeting rather than a full workshop, but I think we need to have that dialogue.
I've got one more thing before we
Mr.
leave this
Stuckey.
subject. I think we need to look at how apartment complexes are dropped into these kind of neighborhoods. Because what we're doing are those isolated apartment complexes that have no relation to the land around them. And there's certainly ways to integrate the same density into a community. It's just the siting, right? So we really need to have some guidelines for multifamily.
Well, I think
in
that's
these.
perfect, because we are meeting with board members, we do have some guidelines proposed, and the multifamily we're looking for is integrated, walkable, around amenities and resources, without these plop and drops in the middle of nowhere.
And one other thing that Commissioner and I saw in Bentonville on either our bike ride or our scooter ride, which we'll show you one day when we have our presentation, was actually this one developer had these, I do have a picture of one here, these really cool sets of townhomes. There were 3 or 4 to a unit, and he took the same ones with great facades, rear loaded, and plopped them in on little pieces of land all around the downtown. And they look great. And I took a picture of their code. Did you get, no, you weren't with us, and I don't know if Dave and David were with us, but how they put the code in so that developers could come in and just, I guess maybe it was a form-based code or something, and they had little pockets of density, and they were really transforming areas with that, around that park.
And they made it easy for them.
And they made it easy for them, yeah. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Terry.
Mr. Chairman, there's a few other things that we want to talk about too that is related to some of the discussion that you're having right now with VOPH, but on a more general or countywide basis, later in the agenda, if you'd like to continue that discussion. I was going to suggest, if possible, to round out the VOPH discussion with a short presentation on the VOPH fee credit registry, which is the financial transaction platform that's going to help us build a lot of the roads and infrastructure that's out in VOPH. The platform was completed. It's operational, and Justin Caminos from Planning Services, Senior Fiscal Analyst, is going to present those numbers really quick for us.
Howdy, Justin Caminos, Planning Development Economic Growth. Let's see how many times I gotta click in here. Right. there. Okay, so as Terry mentioned, the fee credit registry is a great way to try to incentivize developers on the front end to have them build some of the infrastructure. So I'm going to read a little bit on the slides here. So mechanism that enables credit monetization for the VOPH landowners. We've had Galvin incentivize a few bits of infrastructure, Tyndall, Handcart, et cetera, where they've pre-funded certain dollars and then they get credit on the front end. So also, the credit holders, whenever they register their credit, they provide infrastructure, they do that, they submit their receipts, or pre-fund the infrastructure. Basically, if there's no cash available for them to get exchanged by, they can either put themselves on a registry for whenever the county actually gets cash and then give an exchange, or they can monetize them within their own development. So they can basically monetize their own credit by using them on households and whatever. So the county controls the cash components for consistency with other countywide road agreements. So this is basically the county holds the checkbook. So whenever there is a developer who doesn't decide to use their own credit within their development and they decide that they're going to register their credits, so they say, okay, we're going to wait until cash is actually accrued, and then they say, okay, I'd like to exchange my cash for that. So there's two kind of ways that they are able to incentivize, that we're able to incentivize them to build our collector and arterial road network. And as development occurs, out to 2065, we'll start to see investments pop up, roads built more, intersections, traffic signals, et cetera, because we can't build stuff without the cash. So basically, I'm just going to go over just a brief kind of where we are now, what we've collected. So we've collected roughly about $15 million in mobility fees. We're talking road, bike ped, transit, things of that sort. We've awarded about $20 million in mobility fee credits. We've awarded things for Handcart, for Tyndall, for Pasadena Ridge, and we've got a couple others in the hopper. Among them, Kiefer Road, Magnolia Island Boulevard, among others. And the single one out here, the bottom line, is the credit and cash exchange payouts. That was for Mike Galvin whenever he pre-funded Handcart, Tyndall, and Handcart and Tyndall. So right now there's no registrants on the list, so we're waiting on people to actually, instead of them monetizing their credit through the development, we haven't had anybody on the registry list as of yet, other than Galvin. And the bond mechanism that we have, so basically, Galvin pre-funded dollars. He then, MI Homes came in and seceded that account ownership because they're going to actually build the road. So instead of actually going for a traditional bond where they would go to a surety and say, hey, I'd like you to, bond my infrastructure, the funding and escrow agreement actually circumvents that process and says, okay, we want you to fund in just cash. They basically pre-fund the entire balance of the road, and then they basically draw on that. The contractor draws on that as they start to build out the road. So as you can see here, the pre-funded dollars we've had, developers pre-fund over $16 million in road infrastructure, and that's basically they're out that money until that gets built, and then they get 90% credit for that. And the escrow dollar payouts just kind of signifies that we are actually, they are contributing into this cash account, and then we're actually having contractors build stuff and then have them draw down on those dollars. So the bond has 100% here, and then as the contractor pays out, the bond is reduced by the amount of work that's done on those roads. And that's it for me.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just mention too that the VOPH Fee Credit Registry is unlike any other financial platform in that, as far as we know, it's the only one in the state of Florida that's operating like this to make sure that we can get private dollars to build public infrastructure as quick as possible.
How's the decision-making going to happen as far as what roads are going to get reimbursed compared to which ones aren't?
So a lot of that decision-making is established through the public hearing processes that we have, setting conditions of approval for MPUDs and development agreements. So the big decisions are being made by the Board of County Commissioners. The subsequent decisions are happening on an engineering and business basis on when certain developments are coming online during the various phasing of their developments. And they're saying, hey, we need to build this segment of roadway in order to facilitate phase one of our project. Therefore, they approach the fee credit registry and start logging in their credits and drawing down as they build that infrastructure when their developments are coming online.
So it's all an approval basis going to control what goes on. What if you have like an extra surplus and now you have a decision? Do I pay developer A or developer B? How do you make those calls?
It's a first come, first serve, is my understanding of the fee credit registry.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, it's a, if I built a road, a handcart, or whatever road that's within the VOPH MRP, the Master Roadway Plan, I then decide, do I want to go one of two routes? Do I either obtain credit? You're going to obtain credit from the county either way. So I'm going to build a road, let's say it's $10 million, I get $10 million in credit. Am I either going to A, take those credit dollars and monetize it within my development, pay for mobility fees, pay for the homes, the whatever, or do I register those dollars on the registry and wait for the county to collect mobility fees to then pay out and exchange those credits for cash? But if I go the registry route, I can't monetize it in my development. So it's basically it's an either or. So it's a circumventing of money. So it's either you forego money here, or the county collects dollars and then they get paid out to whoever is registered on the registry.
But
Commissioner Whalen?
I was just going to say, importantly, trade can take place between developers on the fee credit registry. They can assign credits between each other in their own
Yep.
business transactions.
Okay.
So, utility question. So as the projects are paying as they go to put utilities in the ground, if a neighboring project comes online that's going to benefit from the work that other projects have paid for, what's their obligation? For example, St. Leo Golf Course. If something happens there, that project would drastically benefit off the backs and the investment of other people, and they wouldn't be they'd be getting one heck of a discount on utilities and infrastructure. And so what's the thought process there?
Yeah.
That way, if something were to come to fruition there, should be a rebate or something back to the people who are putting
Yes, so
investment in first.
So VOPH does have a surcharge on utility fees. So the base fees are the base fees, those remain what they are. But VOPH actually has a surcharge on the utility fees that come on top that everybody in VOPH is gonna have to pay for. The utility infrastructure that's put in by developments, they're getting credits on their surcharge. So they're paying the surcharge also, but they can get credits on that surcharge. And then as other developments come online that maybe are not building that kind of infrastructure, but they're benefiting from the existence of that infrastructure, they can then be buying those credits to facilitate their own development or pay their own surcharge fees, which then pay off the infrastructure that has been built elsewhere in VOPH.
Okay.
Also, another point that I'll make is that, one key difference is here is that typically developers countywide, whenever they have an excess credit balance and they don't know what to do with it, if, let's say for example, if they can't sell it, they can, in the case of VOPH, they put it on the registry, and that's a mechanism for them to actually remonetize what they weren't able to monetize in the infrastructure that they spent. So they spent $10 million, let's say that they were only able to monetize $8 million. They can register the latter $2 million and then say, okay, instead of like, oh, I can't sell this credit, nobody wants to buy it, they can put it on the registry, and whenever the county accrues cash in the mobility fee process, then they're able to get monetized for that latter balance.
And I think the good news in going this way, even if you can't get it from the private sector by selling it from the other developers, et cetera, knowing the value of the revenue is gonna be a lot stronger at the end, they at least know they're gonna get paid, so they can make the investment to help themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, this is not much of a departure from what you have historically done.
Right.
The departure is that we're facilitating payment back. The only roads that are getting reimbursed are the same collector and arterial county roads that would normally have gotten impact fee credits in the old days,
Right.
mobility fee credits more recently. So it's, the difference in this system is that we're keeping a registry of multiple developers, where in the old days, it would only be a credit agreement for that particular project.
It's some of those credit agreements, I believe, never materialized, so they never really got reimbursed because there wasn't enough money coming in to get it back. This is now
Because they
gonna
were
make
top
everybody.
heavy on,
Exactly. But now, I think there's a surety there that you're gonna get paid just a matter of when.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's go with that.
Okay.
Now let's go to the Pasco 2050 comprehensive
are
plan
you gonna
update.
do the last slide? Because I was waiting.
Oh, that's right.
I was waiting for
Click the
that
slide.
one.
Well, that's all right.
He was excited.
There we go. So
What's
what's next for VOPH? We're gonna finalize the financial plan update that was presented to you this morning. We are going to be working on the comprehensive plan update for VOPH. We're gonna talk about a comprehensive plan update today, but that's to the countywide comprehensive plan. We did not update the VOPH comprehensive plan as part of the countywide, so we have to go back and update the VOPH comprehensive plan, as Will has discussed to you today. And then at the same time, we're going to be looking at the commercial design standards and everything that Will talked about, and update the land development code for VOPH specifically, because, as you mentioned, there's not much in the land development code to facilitate the VOPH vision. And then lastly, I'll mention that the bonds for transportation improvements, those will be coming to the board coming up soon on June 16th. Yes, on June 16th's agenda.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's what I wanted to weigh in, because some of the information that was presented may have misled the board. I don't think intentionally, but this is a county bond issue. It's not a
Oh,
general.
that's what I was asking.
It's not a general obligation bond, but there is no legal entity to issue these bonds except for the county commission. They are backed by, the way they're currently being set up, they are backed by the TIF that you've set up for this district. They're also backed up by a potential special assessment process in addition to this, and a covenant to budget and appropriate any missing revenue to pay the bondholders back. So there is the potential that general revenue dollars that are available, you couldn't increase taxes for it, but general revenue dollars that are available could pay these bonds back. The hope is that all those, you never get there, because the TIF will pay for it. If the TIF doesn't pay for it, the special assessments will pay for it. The issue with the covenant to budget and appropriate is that you get a better interest rate from the general people who are buying your bonds if you have that fail-safe provision in your bond issuance, so the bondholders know that they will always be paid back.
So I think it's a good, I mean, VOPH is supposed to be sustaining themselves. And I think by us doing what we're doing, again, with that TIF backstop, we're gonna be in great shape no matter what happens, whether things die out there or whatever, that money's still gonna be coming in for down the road. So I think by us helping them, they help build the infrastructure, so that handcart road, especially coming up and down, the east-west connections are part of this whole thing that can help balance it out. So I think in a good way, we're doing a good thing for the development, not only for VOPH, but for the county too.
I just wanted to correct the record in that it was a developer-issued bond. It's going to be a Board of County Commissioners issued bond.
I appreciate the clarification. Right. Mr. Starkey.
This is a dangerous question, because I don't know the answer, and you should never ask a question you don't know the answer to. It might involve you, it might involve David. So VOPH has its own board and special rules.
They have
Correct.
body that serves as a planning commission for VOPH.
So,
Recommend a
who's in
report.
charge of what we're trying to do? Us or that planning commission?
It always would come to you. David,
I
you can
just,
fill in the gaps.
because when I have someone,
It won't
sometimes
go to
I'm
planning
told
commission,
differently.
But it'll go to, it ultimately
That's accurate. They make recommendations to you, but you're still in charge.
Okay, so.
You're always the final decision maker in VOPH.
Because there may be some people who just want to do the standard suburban, what we have everywhere else, landowners or developers, which was never the intent of VOPH, right? So we're still in control.
Yes, they're a recommending body, just like the planning commission's a recommending body to you. They're also a recommending body to you.
And the only difference would be is if somebody did not wish to increase their entitlements. They basically have opted out of the VOPH process.
Right. What do you mean they didn't want to increase their entitlement?
So a landowner doesn't have to, they got whatever they've got. They don't have to follow the VOPH
Right,
process. But
yeah,
if
they wouldn't,
want
yeah,
anything
they would
more
never
than
be,
what
yes,
they've got,
they wouldn't be going through a rezoning that would
Right.
trigger that process. That's an accurate statement, yes.
Okay, I just want clarification.
Well, and it's good to remember this conversation, this workshop as we come forward with these things, but what we're really looking at, what we're really trying to get.
Yeah, I think it's very special, and the values will be very high eventually, and it'll be really awesome and what it was meant to be. Frankly, I had thought this is what we were getting at Newport Corners. I thought that was going to be this kind of community, but when I drive through there, I don't see that. So I don't know, is that what's going to happen, Terry, or is this just?
Well, Newport Corners, the center of Newport Corners has not yet been proposed to us.
You mean the commercial area?
The commercial area, but the commercial area is mixed use.
Okay,
And
we
it
have to be very
is-
careful that.
Yeah, as I recall, Newport Corners does have various elements from VOPH, like buildings up on the street, outdoor amenity spaces, et cetera, for, not along Little Road, but along the internal road
Right.
of Newport Corners.
Because we have a very busy road with Little Road, and
Yeah.
that's not a,
Right, so
That's the way it is.
we have yet to see what that mixed-use commercial
I don't think they've
area is
sold
gonna
it. I don't think
be.
she's.
It was seller retained, that's correct.
Oh, it has been retained?
Well, it was, at least back then when the approvals were going through, it was seller retained property, so.
Oh, seller retained, she still owns it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll
Oh,
take the rest.
Thank you.
okay.
Sarah Pam Bond has throat cancer.
No.
Yeah.
Like how bad?
No, but I guess she's been battling it, so she
So much.
Jerry, you gonna lead off?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nectarios Pitos, Planning Development, Economic Growth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This part of the workshop, we're going to talk about Pasco 2050, the comprehensive plan update for the entire county. I just want to start off by asking the question, why did we do this? We did this because the comprehensive plan hadn't been updated in about 24 years. Though we've been amending the comprehensive plan very frequently, and that was one of the Board of County Commissioners' starting objectives when we embarked on this project, to reduce the number of comprehensive plan amendments that are coming before the Board of County Commissioners. A general update to the comprehensive plan hadn't been done since 2006. So we embarked on this project to update the comprehensive plan for the first time in 24 years. Part of that update, the mandate was to streamline the comprehensive plan and to consolidate as many of the goals, objectives, and policies as we could to make the document more user-friendly for general understanding, for the public to understand what is actually being contemplated by the county, but also to update the comprehensive plan according to Florida statutes, make sure that we're following state statutes in pretty much every goal, objective, and policy of the comprehensive plan. So with that brief introduction, I'm going to hand it over to Hyatt Mazzilli. She's the principal planner and project manager for the comprehensive plan update. She's going to walk us through a couple of slides, and we're going to get into this right away.
Good morning, Hyatt Mazzilli, Planning Development and Economic Growth. So now that Terry has set the stage for us, let's walk through our Pasco 2050 journey, or as I like to think of it, the roadmap that proves that planning is not just about land use and zoning regulation. It's actually pretty exciting, and maybe that's just the planner in me, but it really is. So we started our journey with data collection and market analysis. This is where we started crunching the numbers and collecting data, and also studying the market trends to understand what's really happening in our county. Then comes the visioning. This is the creative stage, and this is when we got out in front of our community and talked to the folks here in Pasco County and asked them to imagine bold possibilities and share big ideas and aspirations and pretty much tell us what an even better Pasco could look like in the next 25 years and beyond. So the result of this visioning phase was the Envision Pasco 2050 document, which pretty much summarizes the feedback that we got from our community and also establishes the vision for our county. This vision was used as the framework for reviewing or drafting the plan, which is phase 4. We used it to review each and every element of the comprehensive plan. And finally, we arrive at the adoption year. So this is when the board reviews, refines, and ultimately approves and adopts the plan. It's the finish line, but also it is the starting point to turn the vision into reality and something tangible on the ground. Next, we have the adoption year timeline, which shows the major steps leading up to the final transmittal and adoption of the Pasco 2050 comprehensive plan. It's important to note that these tasks were not completed one after another. They were very much intertwined with many steps happening simultaneously throughout this entire process. We began by finalizing the data collection and preparing population projections, but while was all of that happening, we were also coordinating with multiple county departments as well as other stakeholder groups. Those conversations continued throughout the entire process and often informed updates to our data and analysis. At the same time, we were working on refining each chapter of the plan. The goals, objectives, and policies were being drafted, reviewed, and also updated as new information came in. So although this ladder shows these steps in sequence, in practice, they were overlapping and feeding into each other. Now we are on the last rungs of this ladder. We began our LPA workshops back in July of 2025, working through each chapter of the plan during that time and continuing obviously through today's BCC workshop. All the feedback that we had received has consistently flowed back into our work, which allows the plan to evolve as we progress. All of this brings us to the final stage, the transmittal and adoption phase, which we are targeting for the September-October timeframe. Now that we talked all about these processes, let's step back and look at the structure of the plan. So this slide shows the 11 chapters of the Pasco 2050 Comprehensive Plan. Each chapter represents a key theme that helps organize how we grow, move, live, and play in our county. Chapter 1, Pasco Grows, sets the foundation with how we manage growth and development. Pasco Specializes is the second chapter of the plan. It focuses on special area plans such as Connected City and Villages of Pasadena Hills. Chapter 3, Pasco Moves, lays out the framework for the transportation network. Chapter 4, Pasco Lives, addresses housing, neighborhoods, and the overall quality of life in our county. Pasco Serves is Chapter 5, and it covers public services and facilities that supports our communities. Pasco Adapts is Chapter 6. It focuses on coastal management strategies and resilience. Pasco Conserves, Chapter number 7, focuses on natural resource protection and conservation strategies. Pasco Plays, which is chapter number 8, it centers on parks, recreation, tourism, and cultural amenities. Pasco Works is all about jobs, economic development, and our workforce. And Pasco Partners emphasizes collaboration with our municipalities, local and regional agencies or regional partners, as well as the school board of Pasco County. And finally, Chapter 11 is Pasco Invest. This chapter outlines the level of service standards and capital planning needed to support the comp plan's implementation. So together, these chapters create the framework for how Pasco County will evolve through 2050 and of course beyond, and tying together growth, mobility, services, quality of life, and long-term investment. All right, so now that we have seen the big picture, let's zoom into the backbone of the entire plan, and that is Pasco Grows. So this chapter focuses on how we guide future land use and protect property rights as the county continues to grow. It lays out strategy for managing growth in a way that maintains choices for where people can live, whether in rural areas, suburban, or urban communities. So what's changed in this update? First, we reorganized and consolidated the goals, objectives, and policies to improve clarity and reduce any overlap. The chapter now includes 8 goals, 27 objectives, and 94 policies. We also made edits to ensure compliance with Florida statutes. We updated outdated information and removed policies that were no longer applicable in today's day and age. On the mapping side, we updated the future land use map series. We introduced new mixed use future land use categories and consolidated the residential future land uses into one unified suburban density residential future land use, which has multiple tiers that Terry will discuss in just a little bit. In addition, all the special area plans, like I had mentioned, Connected City, VOPH, Newport Corner, Projects Arthur, or Angelines, have moved into Chapter 2, which are specializes. We want to make sure that all these special area plans are under one chapter. That way it's easier to access. Okay, so those are the major changes with Pasco Grows. Now let's dive into the bigger pieces of that work, and I will hand it over to Terry to actually walk us through all the details.
Thanks, Hy. So we're going to talk about the new future land use scheme that is being proposed in Pasco 2050. This will be one part
of a multi-step conversation here that's going to talk about density strategy specifically. That'll be the meat of the presentation for today on this topic. And then we're also going to talk a little bit about the rural areas towards the end, the urban service area, and some vision roads also. So in terms of the future land use scheme, as I mentioned at the beginning, we've consolidated and streamlined a lot of information in the comprehensive plan. That was part of the charge that the board gave us at the beginning of the project. I'm not going to go through all of this detail. Generally, I'm going to say that we've taken our agricultural and residential future land use categories. There are 8 of them today, and we've consolidated them down, all of them down into 4 future land use categories. That's the AGR, agricultural rural, which is the combination of today's AG and AGR. This combination comes with some benefits in terms of eliminating a lot of conflict zoning that's taking place in our agricultural areas. There's a bit of a boost, a benefit there. One of the strategies that we deployed in this version of the comprehensive plan is to close the gap between certain future land use categories. Today we move very cleanly, you might say, between, let's say, Res 1 and Res 3. But what about densities that are between 1 and 3 that often cause us to amend the comprehensive plan to the higher density in order to accommodate something that may be at 1.3, or 3.5 requires us to jump all the way to Res 6 in order to accommodate that. So we've closed the gap. You can see the gap sort of being closed when AGR is 0 to 0.2, which would be a maximum of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. And then RDR begins at 0.21 and climbs all the way to 2.9. RDR is the rebranded Res 1 future land use category from our current comprehensive plan. There are some important notes in Pasco 2050. RDR, and we'll talk about it later, but it's capped at 1.0, 1 dwelling unit per acre in Northeast rural, and there are some other caps for RDR depending on which rural area that you're in. SDR, as I mentioned, is the consolidation of Res 3, Res 6, Res 9, and 12, and so you'll see the density range is at 2.9. There's a little bit of a purposeful overlap. That's not a typo. There's a purposeful overlap in order to accommodate net densities within suburban density residential. And today we have Res 3, Res 6, Res 9, and Res 12. There is no Res 15 or Res 18. It just jumps all the way to Res 24, which has caused some issues over time. And so we've expanded the density range to go from 2.8 to 17.9. That's a large density range. We're going to get into that in more detail later in the presentation. And then lastly, we have UDR, which is urban density residential. That's today's Res 24. Notably, the density range there is going to be 18 to 64. 64 is actually a density that exists currently in the comprehensive plan today. We've just never seen it activated or used. Importantly, UDR is only allowed within the urban service area. It's not allowed anywhere else in the county. I'll mention it again later, but there are only 23 instances of Res 24 today in the county, totaling about 222 acres. So it's not a lot of Res 24. So there won't be a lot of UDR in the proposed Pasco 2050 comprehensive plan. Moving on, these are our productive or business flues. We've consolidated the employment center and the town center future land use into a rebranded ECR employment center. The density characteristics of these flues generally stay the same as what we have today. COM is rebranded into CORE, or commercial office residential. ROI is the combination of OF, office, and IL, light industrial. There's not a lot of office in the county, and we also have very interesting limitations, 10-acre maximums on office. Most of the office that does take place is often in IL anyway, and in CORE for that matter. So we've rebranded and consolidated those two future land use categories, and then we've rebranded IH, industrial heavy, into planned industrial. A lot of the heavy industrial that we're seeing come into the county over the years has been in the type of industrial that nobody wants to slap the IH flu on. They end up hiding it behind, well, my word anyway, but they end up hiding it behind the PD plan development. This does a couple of things for us. I think it does a little bit of a disservice in terms of economic development, because when prospective companies are looking for potential locations within the county, they're seeing PD. They don't know what the PD is actually consisting of, or what kind of allowances have been made within the PD. And so they they begin to look elsewhere as a consequence. The planned industrial status gives the sense that, this land here is marked for industrial, but we're going to work together to make sure that the heavy industrial that's being proposed is good and proper for the county. So that it'll function like a PD, but it's really for industrial purposes. In terms of specific categories, all of these that you see on the overhead are unchanged from the way they're written today in the comprehensive plan. So all the plan developments that currently exist on our future land use map, we didn't touch those. Those are all the same because there's a lot of entitlement and reliance built on those PDs. Connor to Newtown stay the same. Newport Corners will stay the same. Gateway Hub will stay the same. Our coastal lands future land use category will stay the same. The conservation will stay the same. Major recreation open space stays the same, and PSP stays the same. Importantly, ROR and MU are listed here. Originally, we had identified these two as potential candidates for consolidation because we don't actively create new ROR or MU areas within the county. And so we had actually consolidated these into core and into ECR. But then Senate Bill 180 happened, and we had to unpack those. And so ROR and MU will remain on the map as they are today in Pasco 2050. Lastly, in terms of the future land use categories, we also have, we've created a new future land use category called CPEV. We all know what CPEV is. Today it exists as a PD or sub-area, but we're going to take that exact sub-area and turn it into a FLU in and of itself. It's one of the most unique places within the county.
What's making it unique?
Its sub-area, specifically in the way it operates. It's a very different sub-area than other PDs.
But is there unique development patterns in there, or?
There could be, depending on how the MPUDs lay out.
And when are we going to call it something different than CPEV?
Anytime you want. You want to name it
Do
something?
we get to name it, or who?
If you want, we can rename it right now.
I think we need to come up with a better name than CPEV. I mean, I live in CPEV.
Central Pasco Employment Village.
That's a horrible name.
Well, the FLU is just comprehensive plan speak.
Maybe we need a contest or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of calling it.
But the good news is that
It's your neighborhood, right?
the FLU is just comprehensive plan speak. From
Waitman
a
Way?
marketing standpoint, the developers, I suppose, can name it whatever they want. Importantly, VOPH and Connected City were not updated as part of this comprehensive plan update, as I mentioned earlier. However, we are establishing a specific place for them on the future land use map. Those FLU categories technically exist in our current comp plan, but they don't appear on the FLU map for various reasons. So we are identifying VOPH as its own FLU on the map. That FLU will then have sub-FLUs, the VMU1 and the VMU2 that we talked about this morning. And so the VOPH comprehensive plan will live within this FLU. And then same thing we've done for Connected City is to put Connected City on our future land use map and have that FLU be governed by the comprehensive plan for Connected City.
Okay, came up with a name. Cypress Creek Village.
Cypress Creek Employment Village or something.
It's just Cypress Creek Village.
Okay. We'll make that.
I mean, chew on it and see what you think, right?
That's what popped in my head.
It sounds nice.
Okay. Very good. Works for me. So one of the biggest
I like it.
One of the biggest updates that we've done to in the Pasco County or in the Pasco 2050 comprehensive plan is on density, and we'd like to spend the majority of our time here talking the density strategy that is being put together within Pasco 2050. There we are. So what is the issue? We've listened to the board across very many months and board meetings, and the issue is really has been density. And specifically, if we've understood the board well, it's densities that are 12 dwelling units and up. These are garden-style apartments and above. Although there have been more recent discussions also on townhomes, so we haven't ignored densities that say begin at 8. But generally speaking, the overall concern has been densities over 12 dwelling units per acre. And so we want to kind of talk about that today and show how we can make it all fit together in a strategy that will bring the county forward, while still enabling the ability to achieve density in the proper locations. So in the Pasco 2050 comprehensive plan update, the density strategy is going to be threefold. It's going to first talk about the consolidation of multifamily densities in our various mixed-use nodes, and we'll talk about those in just a second. Those are 3 brand-new FLUs that we're proposing as part of Pasco 2050. We're going to talk about the compatibility of multifamily densities, specifically within the SDR FLU, which if you recall from a few slides ago, this FLU range was from 2.8 on the low end to 17.9 on the high end, so it's definitely central to this conversation here. And then we're going to talk about the housing capacity studies, the way we're doing them today, and also the way we're proposing to do them under Pasco 2050. This is going to put the mixed-use nodes and the SDR FLU into a type of cooperation, working together for the board to understand where density should be applied. So those are the 3 things we'll talk about. So back here we are with the mixed-use nodes. These are the new future land use categories that we've created. There's 3 of them. I'm not going to go through all the details that you see up here, but importantly, we have neighborhood corners, which is a density intensity of 6 to 11.9, community square, which is 12 to 24, and urban center, which is 18 to 64. Urban center is only going to be allowed in the urban service area. It's not allowed anywhere else. And for the most part, we'll show a map in just a few minutes. It's mainly along US 19 and State Road 54. We do have, as part of these mixed-use nodes, certain density bonuses specifically related to affordable housing, serving below 80% AMI. So we're currently targeting a 20% affordable housing need within each of the, or ask, I should say, within each of the, within each of these 3 FLUs, with a graduated increasing number of densities. So in neighborhood corners, if you did 20% affordable housing, you could get potentially +6 dwelling units per acre. You could theoretically bring that density up to 17, let's say, or 18 in neighborhood corner. And the same thing can follow through within each of the future land use categories that are listed on the overhead here. The idea being here is that we're consolidating we're working to consolidate the multifamily within these 3 FLU types within specific areas of the county, and we're trying to marry that with the affordable housing so that people who need the affordable housing have less distances to go, burn gas, whatever, to get to work, to get to the grocery store, to whatever other amenities, parks, et cetera, they may be requiring. If all of that is concentrated or consolidated, then it'll make that housing even more affordable for them. So that's kind of the strategy that's built into these mixed-use nodes. So how do we come up with these mixed-use nodes?
Terry, come back to that slide.
Yes, sir.
So on those 3 categories, you've got may receive additional units beyond density allowance if units are imported from conservation subdivisions conserved open. How often do you expect that to happen between the neighborhood, the community, and the urban?
That really depends. So that comment there is part of a strategy for the East Market area, actually. The preservation of rural areas over on the east side of the county. If East Market area residents, for example, wanted to develop their properties and they develop them in conservation subdivision formats, they could take, they could essentially, you have to read the policies, but you have to double dip on that density that's allowed over there and sell it to receiving locations on the west side of the county where higher densities are more appropriate within these FLUs. So that's kind of the idea. TDR, it's a remake of the TDR strategy that we currently have in the comprehensive plan that really hasn't worked to date.
And why do we think this is going to work?
Because we're making it more lucrative for the transfer of development rights.
I'm not crazy about that.
Well,
I mean, you should be developing stuff in corners where they're going to develop it. If something's appropriate for the west side that you want to put there, then make it go where you want it to go. But don't take something from over here to go over there. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, we would still allow the East Market area property to develop at what they, let's say it was 100 acres and they were going to build 20 units, because however many acres were going to be conserved. Well, they're going to get their 20 units there, but then they could also sell those 20 units to somebody on the west side who may want to buy them. And that would help preserve more rural lands on the east side of the county while providing the housing needs on the west side where all the infrastructure is.
Which is a good plan.
I disagree.
Well, that's good math
Well,
right
just-
there.
So just keep the rural area rural. Don't allow the extra density. Don't be flipping it from one to the other. Let every area grow the
But
way
they
you're doing.
they have property rights, and so you're trying to encourage a different use than they have the rights for already, right?
Then find a better way. But to
Well,
go take
that's-
from
that
one
would
area
be
to
a
another
Bert
area
Harris
that's
Act.
unrelated makes no sense.
That would be a taking.
No, not.
But
Yes.
Well,
Yes, it
all right,
would.
well,
Ask the
all right,
attorney.
listen,
If they've already got the density.
Yes.
One of the reasons that the TDR concept didn't work, frankly, is if they could come into you and get increased comprehensive plan density, there was no reason to do TDR. And so the only way that this sort of a transfer works is if they already have the density in the comprehensive plan and you're not going to give them any more density, then it would transfer out, and then there's a market. If we're gonna continue to allow the comprehensive plan to be bumped up, a transfer will never work.
Then can it? If it hasn't worked, there's gotta be a reason for it. But to go take an area, you're gonna try to put a comprehensive plan together on every area to go. Like, I've got an area right now in Hudson, it's Res 6. Around it's Res 3. That Res 6 is causing all sorts of grief because the extra density that was planned way back when to go in there to mess everything else around it. Because now all your rural infrastructure around it can't support the extra density that's already there.
That's not where he's saying the density would go.
It can go west side.
The
is what
idea
they
is to
said.
try and save areas like that from getting the density and putting the density where we have the infrastructure. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the idea.
You're taking density from one area, move it to another area
The
unrelated.
area that can, you take
That's
an
unrelated.
area, you're taking density from an area where you don't want it, and you're putting it where you do want it.
Why don't I just put it where I want it? Why am I allowing this credit to flip over?
Because otherwise, you're taking their property rights if they can't develop it.
They
with
got
the
rights, they
zoning.
got rights, but why am I gonna burden
Oh, you
another
explain it
area?
better than me.
Well,
I think, Commissioner Mariano, the transfer will only occur on the west side in these specific mixed-use nodes. It's not gonna be all over the west side.
Right.
just in
Well,
these areas.
Frank, I'm gonna go back to
There's
the.
a map, right, that shows
Yes,
Yeah,
there
where
is.
the areas are
Yeah,
next.
subsequent
Yeah,
slide.
coming up.
All right, Frank, that was gonna let the whole presentation go, but I'm gonna go back to taking all these Res 1s, Res 3s, Res 6, and Res 12s, putting them in one area. I think it's disastrous, unless there's some strict limitations, how are you gonna make it happen?
And we've contemplated that. So right, David's right. These are only specific to these three flues, and we'll show a map in just a second where these three are located. But first I wanted to give a little bit on the methodology of how we created these locations. So we had three levels, I guess, of review, you could say. At the macro level, we looked countywide. We identified major intersections, analyzed transportation data to establish a quarter-mile walking radius, the most realistic distance that somebody would walk in order to get to work, let's say, or to go shop, and then carry whatever they bought back home. And then evaluated existing population density around the proposed areas using address points and the existence of pedestrian infrastructure. And this gave us a broad picture of where mixed-use opportunities could make sense within the county. And then we looked at it at a micro level. Once we identified what these nodes could go, we evaluated each of them, and we looked more closely at existing land use, bike and pedestrian infrastructure, bus stops, routes, the existence of these. And we referenced various local studies that had been done, like the TBRPC industrial study that had been done a couple of years ago. And we noted that whoever did not meet these criteria were eliminated at this stage. So this was a culling of sorts on the quantity of mixed-use nodes that we had identified more generically at the macro level. And then finally, we through a governance process, we engaged stakeholders to refine the results. We narrowed down the number of nodes based on feedback, so there was another culling that took place. Clarified the intended purpose and function of each of these nodes and balanced the countywide growth objectives with the context and character of the individual communities that we were looking at. So I think we went from something like 80-something potential locations at the macro level down to about these 30 or so nodes that you see on the map. And so you'll notice in the north part of the county, there's a lot of, or not a lot, but just a few of these polka dot colored nodes. That's your neighborhood corners. This is where we have low density areas, but a node is, the concept of the node, similar to how we talked about at VOPH, as you get to the center area of a geography, it should be a little bit more dense, a little bit more intense to cover the needs of the surrounding community. Then we have this more solid pink CSQ, the community square. You'll notice that these are located on major thoroughfares. Sorry, I don't want to hit anybody in the head. And then a lot of it is on 52 and 54. And then we have the urban centers, which are these dark purple or mauve colors that are along the US 19 and State Road 54 corridor. These can only happen within the urban service area. They cannot happen outside of the urban service area. The important idea behind this density range is because a lot of these urban centers are going to have a lot of small lots. And so the density is going to drive up very quickly on the redevelopment of these pre-existing and smaller lots that you tend to find along US 19 and the 54 corridor in the urban service area. So we're not talking about hundreds and hundreds of acres that are being, let's say, reflued or a comprehensive plan amended to a new flue that'll have a density of 30-something dwelling units per acre across 200 or 2,000 acres. What you're talking about is redevelopments that are taking place for the most part on 30 to 50 acre sites, maybe probably even less than that, where density is going to spike just because of the small land area that we're dealing with. So these are the only locations that we're proposing the mixed-use node. Again, these are not all residential, these are mixed. So there's going to be a lot of non-residential included in these nodes too, because we want people to live near to where they need to shop, where they need to work, et cetera. So that's so going back to that initial discussion on the TDR, so a lot of this area here in the eastern part of the county, on the big screen, I guess I could do it on the little screen too. A lot of that area out there is rural as you perceive it, as you move through it. And to the extent that we want to preserve a lot of those perceived rural areas, we could potentially transfer densities only into these nodes that are within the urban framework here, or in this urban and suburban framework.
Mr. Starkey.
Did you add Gun in 54?
Yes.
I mean, is that the pink one?
Yeah, sorry,
one?
Connor.
Okay.
It's right there. Important to note on this map, you'll notice there's a lot of PDs that are not on this map, right? We're not talking about PDs. PDs are not part of any of these mixed-use nodes. Wiregrass, for example, is not on here. Two Rivers is not on here. VOPH doesn't appear, but of course VOPH has 13 of its own villages, so we'll still get those villages. Connected City is not on here. We'll still get the development that Connected City is looking at. So these are outside, these are areas that are outside of those specific planned locations.
So my question to you is this: if you're going to try to set those up to be extra densities from the east side to the west side,
Potentially.
why, if they're appropriate to be developed with more intensity, why are you just allowing them to develop on their own? Why are you restricting their rights to develop unless they're getting rights from the other side?
Oh, no, they don't have to. They're not mandated. The west side property owners, let's say, are not going to be mandated to get rights from the east side.
Then if they can develop anyway, what's the benefit for them?
The benefit is if there was an opportunity to increase the quantity of units that you could build within your project. Let's say you wanted to do the 20% affordable housing, but costs were a little extra higher. You got your +6 or whatever from your mixed-use node, but then you could go and contract with somebody on the east side and get even more units built into your development. The idea being that you're trying to maximize or optimize the opportunity for more housing units where the infrastructure exists to help solve some of our housing shortages.
So what I'm saying to you is if it's appropriate to put those extra density in the west side anyway, why am I taking the east side part to make that happen? If it's appropriate, it's appropriate. If it's not, it's not.
Yeah.
But to go take the east side,
Well, the
to
east
get a
side,
benefit way over there,
the-
it's ludicrous.
Yeah,
No, it's,
the
this
east
is,
side-
this
You're
is planning
actually-
101.
If you can't do it, you talk about property rights, you're actually restricting somebody's
No,
property rights
no.
from doing something you think it's appropriate. Otherwise, you're taking the burden from the east side,
No.
throwing it all on the west side,
No.
with no benefit to the west
Yeah,
landowner.
I
So
understand.
you're hurting the west landowner by doing this.
Yeah.
Well, you're
Well,
starting a
on the-
fight now between east and west, Terry.
On there's no mandate on either east side or west side property owners. There's no mandate on east side or west side property owners on the subject of TDR. They don't have to do anything. They're not mandated to do anything. It's an opportunity, at least for the east side property owners, if they wanted to preserve more of their rural landscape, let's say, of their rural property, they could potentially sell they could sell their development twice, basically. If you are allowed to do 20 units right on your east side land, I could then sell 20 units to the west side if I preserve this conservation space on my property. And so it allows for that property owner to double dip, in a sense, making it more lucrative for them to conserve those rural landscapes while providing potential additional housing capacity for the west side.
Find another carrot.
That's the carrot. That's the standard
It's just,
carrot.
you know-
It's just, come with us sometime to one of these, come with me to ULI or somewhere.
But none of that is mandated. None of that is mandated. That's all voluntary. That's all
Well, I
voluntary.
would point out, we're not taking from anybody, we're giving more optionality.
Yeah.
For the person in the agriculture or rural protection area, if they could, build 5-acre lots, they can sell that density and monetize their land, but put that property in a conservation easement to protect open space.
It's a good
And on the other side, if somebody wants to buy that density and do vertically integrated mixed use, it's available. They don't have to do it.
Yeah.
I would rather see, and we had this conversation just a little bit ago, I would rather see a bigger discount on their mobility fees than going this way. Because at least it's direct, and you want to keep it rural? Raise that number up for the mobility fees. Give them a bigger discount. If you want to keep it rural, give them an incentive that way. Don't shift it to the west side, because if it's appropriate for the west side to get more density in these areas that you picked out, then let it happen. But don't throw it on this to go solve that. It's ridiculous. It's not
No,
right.
this is,
I think what
this is
Terry's
the right
saying
way
is
to do
this
it.
creates a market for that to happen.
Yes.
It creates an environment that allows it to occur naturally without us having to pinpoint and pick where we've picked the centers, picked where we want them to be. Now we're offering ways and incentives to kind of help build that density over time, however the market sees fit to do it.
Right.
Commissioner
Right.
Whitman.
So say this happens, who's gonna track it? Who's gonna track these?
That's a fair question.
I mean, we
There'd have to
can't
be-
even track what's going on VOPH, we can't figure out what's going on Connected City. Like, we're having to track and do audits, so who the heck's gonna keep up with however many tens of thousands of acres on the east side with this credit game you got going on here? Anyway, I just.
Well, it's just the same way we track VOPH fee credit registry. The board may not be aware of this, but over the last year, we have an enhanced monitoring system we've developed. All our MPUDs have conditions of approval. We're tracking them. We send them out to the stakeholders that are involved in compliance with the MPUD approvals. And we do have the apparatus to track transfer development rates.
But Terry, say somebody in Northeast does this credit thing, does that allow for someone in Wesley Chapel to get a hold of them? I mean, is it 41 a dividing line? Like what?
Neither. Yeah, neither. This thing, let's go back. Here we
Because
go.
if it's appropriate, wherever it's appropriate, to the chair's point, it should be appropriate.
Yeah. Importantly, I'm noting the East Market area purposefully because the TDR is not for Northeast Rural. Stakeholders in Northeast Rural actually did not want the TDR. And the TDR was therefore made simply an option for the East Market area, where the East Market area is facing development pressures more and more lately. And there's not a necessarily growing consensus or anything, but there's a lot of interest in preserving the rural aspects of Pasco County in this area here, west or east of Zephyr Hills and south of Dade City. So those are the areas that the TDR comment that you saw in the mixed-use flu is potentially looking at as the benefit districts, or excuse me, as the sending districts, and then the receiving districts, the places where they will benefit from the additional housing units is just in these purple locations on the map here.
Terry, could we possibly consider expanding this to maybe the northwestern area? There, you know, Commissioner Mariano's district, he has a lot of rural areas there with rural infrastructure and a quality of life. Maybe we could apply it to that area too?
We could. There's a possibility. We'll talk about the rural areas in a few minutes too, if time permits. But yeah, right now it's just written for the East Market area in coordination with the mixed-use nodes. But it can be opened up too. So that's just the mixed-use nodes piece of it, where we're looking at consolidating and concentrating the multifamily in these mixed-use areas. Now, the SDR flu is going to be a major player in this conversation. So I'm not going to go through all of the SDR details, but as I mentioned, it's a combination of the Res 3, Res 6, Res 9, and Res 12 to create the one flu that's SDR 2.8 to 18, essentially. And we've divided the SDR flu into 3 tiers within the comprehensive plan. Tier 1 is basically 2.8 to 6. That's your today's 3 and 6. This will provide lower and medium suburban density residential in the flu. Tier 2 is basically the next level, 6.1 to 12. That's to provide for medium, low suburban density residential while preserving the character of the existing residential neighborhoods. And then Tier 3 is the upper level, which is 12.1 to 18. So though we have consolidated the flus into one flu, the one flu does have 3 tiers. These tiers are important to consider because we've developed compatibility standard, or criteria, excuse me, within the comprehensive plan. We were actually heading in this direction prior to HB 399 making this a requirement across the state. In pre-Senate Bill 180 days, we were developing the SDR tier compatibility criteria based on the relationship between the proposed development and the surrounding existing development. Then Senate Bill 180 came along, and we had to retool SDR in this what eventually became an interim period, where that took us a lot of extra time to retool the thing. And then HB 399 came through and made it a mandate. So HB 399 basically relieved us of our Senate Bill 180 constraints. But each tier within SDR is going to have compatibility criteria in the comprehensive plan that are going to address parking orientation, height restrictions, building form and design, roof design, which is a little different than the next one, which is architectural articulation, especially for your multifamily products, the screening, the setbacks, and the step backs of any sizable or tall buildings, and the landscaping or the vegetative buffer that would be required. Now the key to
Commissioner Waitman?
Well, you finish your things and then I'll.
Okay. The key thing here is that the comprehensive plan is establishing criteria that the land development code then has to follow through with to actually establish the standards. So when we talk about, say, something like building form and design, you're going to find generic language in the comprehensive plan establishing the criteria that this tier 2 to tier 1 relationship, or tier 3 to tier 2 or tier 1 relationship has to have a particular form associated with it. This can be articulated in the land development code as a standard that might be something like all townhomes should be rear loaded or shall be rear loaded, right? That's just an example. You're not going to find that kind of statement in the comprehensive plan today because we're only talking about criteria, and the comprehensive plan doesn't regulate. The comprehensive plan sets the direction and the policy guidance on what the land development code should ultimately do. What the SDR compatibility criteria ultimately are going to established for us is it's going to necessitate the binding concept plan at entitlements. So when we get a Tier 2 project, which would be a townhome example, or a Tier 3 project, which would be an apartment example, the development team was going to have to demonstrate to the board and to the staff that this is a binding concept plan that meets the standards that these criteria are going to set up. And excuse me. And in so doing, we're going to know exactly what kind of development we're getting and how it's going to relate to the single-family subdivision, let's say that's neighboring to the west or something. So it's going to be, we're going to have much more visibility and understanding on multifamily projects going forward under this compatibility criteria framework.
So, thank you, Chair. So Terry, you talk like 399 is good.
In this one respect.
There you go.
Yeah.
So anything under 100 acres, like Live Local, is administratively approved. We won't see it. Which the majority of projects we see, a lot of them are under 100 acres. And communities, neighboring communities, if they're rural in nature or what have you, that can't be taken into account for what is allowed to go on here. So it could be a pyramid, you know, a unicorn in the middle of something, and there's nothing we can do about it. Due process is taken away from residents, it's taken away from the boards, it doesn't go to planning commission. It's equally as bad as the Live Local Act. And so while I appreciate these points, I think it needs to be on the record that this is another bad piece of legislation that come out of Tallahassee in the 11th hour.
I think it's time to talk about what H. Bill 399 actually is and how it affects us, because it seems to me that's going to be a key point to all this.
Where's David?
Ralph's here.
David or Ralph?
I saw Ralph.
And we're going to reference them for a tough bullet point, so
Yeah, I
somebody
really don't know
we
what's
have
in
anyone
it.
who can explain it?
We've never had
I don't
enough
recall 399 having, it's not going to take projects that are under 100 acres off the table for
No, we won't get
due
to see
process
them.
and review.
There's no public comment. Citizens don't get to comment on it. Due process is taken away under 399. Same thing with Live Local, it's all administratively approved.
Don't we see a site plan?
I don't think that provision is in 390, just so.
I'm fairly confident it is. Hopefully I'm wrong.
I don't think that is in 399. That may have been in an earlier version of 399, but it's not in the adopted version of 399.
You sure?
The adopted version of 399 has what Terry's talking about, it has compatibility requirements. It also has a requirement that you allow mobile homes in every single-family zoning district. That did make it into the bill, but the requirement that you're talking about, that citizens don't get to participate in the process, that's not in the adopted version of 399.
That must have been removed. at
That
the
may have
very
been
end.
in some earlier version, and it got a lot of press, but it didn't make the adopted version.
So importantly to David's point, the mobile home aspect of it, that's why we've included this roof design criteria in SDR, such that if mobile homes are being proposed, they're going to have to follow specific land development code standards for those subdivisions that are, say, not mobile home built initially. They were traditional single-family detached.
Is there an acreage requirement, or is that removed also?
I'm not aware of any acreage requirement in 399 either.
Because it originally was 100 or less.
That's also not in 399.
All right, well, good, I'm glad they made some changes in it.
But it does have some substantive preemptions in it, I want to be clear, but not the ones that you're referencing. So
Right.
it does preempt your ability to deny projects based on compatibility.
Well, that's
unless it's
not cool.
based on an objective standard, and that's why Terry's talking about adopting objective standards on compatibility into the comprehensive plan and the land development code, because if you deny a project based on compatibility and it's not based on an objective standard, you may lose a lawsuit. So that's why Terry's talking about putting those standards in the comp plan and land development code.
It basically will give you more pegs to hang your hat on to approve a project or to deny a project than you currently have today.
All right, so let me just try to get some clarification. I thought one of the things that was in 399 was coming up was they were allowing mobile homes, but modular homes as well.
Well, modular homes I would argue even under prior state law, where you were required to allow them in single-family districts anyway. What changed in state law under 399 is that even mobile homes, if they're treated as real property, which means they're affixed to the land, you
On a
now have to.
slab? You mean on a slab?
Yes, basically. If they're not movable, you have to now allow them in any single-family zoning district under this change in law.
Okay. Now, compatibility, do we have a definition for it now that holds up? Or we have to create that definition?
You have a definition in your land development code of compatibility, but the 399 requires you to create more objective standards of what is compatible, and more importantly, you have to create criteria for mitigating a lack of compatibility. In other words, if you say something's not compatible, you have to give the developer an opportunity to mitigate for that lack of compatibility.
What would be an example of that?
It can't be
Just curious.
Buffering, for
Some of the
example, screening, buffering.
So let me throw one out for you, because this is an issue I brought up with staff already with a thing that's coming up. But if you've got a single-family homes, newly built along a roadway, and on the back end of it is a dirt road, and you've got lime rock dust that's there, and that lime rock dust through wind, whatever, blows over from that development, would that be a compatibility thing?
I think you could argue that's still a lack of compatibility.
Okay.
But you might have to, if there's a way to mitigate for it, you might have to see if that's something that can be mitigated for.
Mhm.
But there may be some circumstances where you can't mitigate for the lack of compatibility, in which case you could still deny it.
Okay. All right, so let me go to the bigger picture, what we're looking at with everything else as we might have an update on 399 coming. But what bothers me with taking all the Res 1, 3, 6, 9, putting them all together, it seems to me that you're really gonna cloud what can be approved, not approved, what's appropriate. To me, if you're gonna have that mix in an area, then for someone to go build a 300-acre, 400-acre place, you've got an MPUD process for that, and that's been used, et cetera. So I'm not sure why we're getting away from MPUD than going to this with the tier system, because it's gonna be harder to figure out where to go. At least with the MPUD, you're getting to all the details to what's gonna go.
Right.
So when you're doing the land use change to go that way, you can then break it down like we do to break it. So if you're trying to get mixed of uses in a land use area, I think you're making it a lot harder to control what's gonna go on with this, and a lot more complex. At least the MPUD, you got system standards, et cetera.
Well, you're still gonna have the MPUD capability under SDR.
Then why do we need
And
this?
you're likely to get even Euclidean
This is your
capability.
comprehensive plan, not your zoning. MPUD is your zoning. This is
All
your,
right, so PD.
this is the, oh, okay.
PD will still exist. You'll still have the opportunity to do PD.
If I have PD, why do I need this?
It's our comp plan, we keep
Let me
doing
have
these
a
comp
question for
plans.
him. I'm asking you a
You
question.
need a suburban density classification or category within the comprehensive plan. You can't have everything be PD. But we do have a lot of, for example, a lot of Res 6, Res 9, Res 12 development is happening with a MPUD zoning district. What the framework here that Pasco 2050 is setting up is you can continue doing MPUDs, but you can also fix your Euclidean zones to accommodate the same concerns that we have developing in MPUDs, but have them take place as Euclidean also. So, for example, our MF1, MF2, and MF3 zoning districts, they don't have a requirement today to submit a binding concept plan with their proposal in order to suffice. But you can update the land development code to have similar type requirements in order to understand what the zoning district is going to be, what the proposed development is going to be doing with that zoning district before they go ahead and get their approvals for site plans, et cetera.
My opinion, for when I'm looking at these breakdown of the land use the way we have it, you've got areas, you know what intensities you want, you can step them down in development as you're going. You can look at those nodes if you want, to separate them out. But if you're gonna put all that in one, I just can't imagine how much bookwork it's gonna take, and how you're gonna set up to where you can do this, that, or the other thing.
Well,
The other way with the PD, you're laying out the opportunity to go to the MPUD to lay it all out. But here, to me, you're taking some guy who can be in that category, who knows what he can do, or what he's gonna do.
What I think this framework will do is remove the speculation from the process, because pretty much every project that enters the planning department today, there's a discussion on density taking place. And so rather than not having a density discussion at the very beginning, this framework is going to require them to tell us, what are you proposing, what tier are you going to fit in the SDR flu. But
I disagree,
there's
because
there's going to be
if you're Res 1, you know what your density is, you know what your range is.
right.
Res 3, you know what your range is. Now it's a matter of, it's hard enough to even work at those things.
The tier structure is going to identify that range for us.
But why do I need that tier structure when I've already got it set for the Res 1, 3? I'm okay with your adding on the extra stuff, you know, the Res 9, 18, et cetera. I'm okay with that. But to me, you're taking an area that's designed to be rural, and you're gonna put these extra things in there. I mean, Hudson's gonna be a mess
Well-
right now, just because of the approvals based upon that.
Yeah,
You allow more stuff in there, it's gonna be a mess.
Okay. There's more to the presentation that's going to give us a little bit more understanding on how to think about the multifamily aspect of it. But keep in mind that SDR is about suburban density, so Res 3 today in our comprehensive plan is the beginning point of suburban densities. So Res 1 today is the top end, if you will, of the rural densities. So SDR is only going to be about suburban areas, and it's not going to try to take over rural areas unless somebody tries to do a future land use amendment to SDR from, let's say, RDR or something, in which case they would have to come before the Board of County Commissioners to do a comprehensive plan amendment. But to do any of that, to do anything, whether that's a future land use amendment or even a zoning update, Pasco 2050 is going to require a housing capacity study for multifamily densities in the county. So the way the policy is currently written, which we can adjust this policy as may be necessary, but the way the policy is currently written is that future land use map amendments and rezonings, which are zoning map amendments of multifamily residential densities of 12 dwelling units per acre or greater within SDR or the UDR, we didn't write that on the slide, but it's for UDR too, you have to do a housing capacity study. And the housing capacity study is going to be a discussion about land use availability and housing capacity within the nearest mixed-use future land use categories. So we're going to look at that map that we saw previously, and we're going to say, hey, there's a mixed-use node at such and such intersection. It's a community square. Your housing capacity study has to look at that area there and tell us whether or not there's enough development potential for multifamily at that location. And if there's not, tell us the reasons why the SDR flu is going to be a justifiable location. The comprehensive plan is setting up criteria again for this, the proposed policy anyway, is setting up criteria again for the housing study, which very briefly, that criteria is going to be a map and an inventory of all vacant, underdeveloped, and redevelopable parcels in the neighborhood corners, community squares, and UCR flu categories, if they're near those, or to the nearest one, I should say. An analysis demonstrating that identified mixed-use or higher density areas cannot accommodate the proposed density due to limited land availability, and an analysis of existing and planned transit service and mobility capacity. Right, today, our housing studies that we require are countywide and very, very generic. They almost provide no good information to us to identify whether or not a potential location for increases in density will make sense. This housing capacity study is tailored to focus multifamily on the mixed-use nodes, and to the extent that there's capacity in those mixed-use nodes, there can be a potential to say, hey, the density belongs over there more than it does somewhere else in the SDR flu. Alternatively, if there is no capacity in the nearest mixed-use node, you still have the compatibility criteria in the SDR flu to measure whether or not the increase in density being proposed is suitable for the location.
So that gives the board more control then over those higher density multifamily projects.
Correct.
Terry, I want to try to make sure that the commissioner's questions are kind of be answered. Maybe by way of example, if I have a property that's future land use Res 3 today, I mean, this is kind of like a menu of options here. Is my property going to be recategorized as SDR Tier 1, or is it SDR, and then I have to come in to seek it? How would the mechanics of that work?
Right, so I'll have a slide that kind of shows that in just a minute here.
Okay.
But today, if you have Res 3, you're going to be documented on the future land use map as SDR 3. That's your starting point. That's what you have today in terms of density allowance. And so
I'm sorry, SDR
3. Res 3 to SDR 3. And it'll make sense on the map when I show it to you in a second.
Sure will.
If you have Res 6 today, you're going to be documented on the map today as SDR 6. If you have Res 9 today, you'll be documented as SDR 9. The point of this is not to create a more burdensome and restrictive situation on the property owner. This is a response to SB 180, part of the retooling that we did with SDR that took us a couple extra months to fix. But the whole point is we call it the slide back rule, to prevent the slide back, so that property owners who have an allowance of 3, 6, 9, or whatever will continue to have that same allowance in Pasco 2050. But a new development that wants to get SDR, for example, they have to provide us the housing capacity study as part of their future land use amendment, and then put simply an SDR flu on their property. So they're not going to be coming in for a proposal of SDR 6 or something. They're just going to come in for SDR. But their housing capacity study is going to illustrate to us the density that they're seeking and whether or not it's amenable for this location or whether or not that density belongs somewhere else.
Which tier does that fall into as a result of that?
Yeah, so there'll be a conversation. They'll have to tell us, we're looking to do townhomes, so that's going to be 8.7 dwelling units per acre. That'll be a Tier 2. Therefore, we're going to look at the area surrounding it. We're going to see that there's single family maybe to the west, multifamily to the north, whatever. And the tier criteria of SDR, they're going to dictate the design of the project that are going to be actuated in the Land Development Code standards.
Commissioner Wayman.
Thank you. So, to that point, Terry, on the couple of projects that's come before the board on 54, and valid arguments were made about the capacity of 54, it's overloaded. So for State Road 52 or other major roads like that, are the approvals going to take into account the DOT capacity matrix?
Oh yeah, we'll still be looking at transportation capacity on the network to make sure that what development is being proposed can actually fit.
So what happens if like the concern with VOPH, you're the last property in, but because others gobbled up the entitlements or capacity, if you will, for road, are they going to get the short end of the stick?
I think it depends on their design, ultimately. I mean, the Land Development Code today has certain mechanisms in it, like mudroom, to exceed your volume to capacity ratios. But mudroom essentially dictates a particular pattern on the ground that you need to build in order to accommodate and do more internal capture in your development in order to accommodate the VC ratios that you have on the network road, like 54. So I think that really depends on the project and whether or not they're going to design something that's going to meet our policies.
So is the methodology going to be like the Cypress Creek Village, how through there everybody has a formula, and all things, nobody gets any more or nobody gets any less?
For the record, if I could stop you, still the Central Pasco Employment Village.
Central Pasco Employment Village.
I want just so I don't get confused.
Whatever the name is going to be. I was trying to bring some levity in here. All right. So with 52, to try to mitigate the challenges that we've learned from 54, the whole length of 52, since there's 2 east-west roads, I guess I'm just trying to understand the methodology along the whole route. And, because you go from rural transition, and you get into an interchange at 75, you get into an interchange at Veterans Expressway, and you get further west into the 19 corridor. So I mean, it's clearly segmented along the way. So I'm just trying to understand in the comp plan, what's all going to be taken into account. That way, folks kind of
Yeah.
know what they're in for, or
Generally,
to add more transparency into the
Yeah.
process, less guesswork, streamlining for staff, because there's a base work foundation of, okay, if it's in this area, here's where the framework we're working in.
yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So this framework that we're talking about in terms of how we're approaching density in Pasco 2050 doesn't change the fundamental transportation review that takes place to make sure that what is being proposed can actually be accommodated on the transportation network. We're still going to require the timing and phasing analysis, for example, that will dictate to us whether we need to build more lanes, turn lanes, whatever the typical timing and phasing obligations might be. So all that's going to stay the same. So essentially in applying the SDR and the mixed-use node framework, we're not blowing out the transportation network, because all of those developments are always were and always will be required to produce a timing and phasing analysis to make sure that the transportation network is going to be able to accommodate that land use, or there are instances, rare, but there are, where the transportation network simply cannot accommodate it, and so you have to scale down the project.
Yeah, but the example is the property the school owned at the intersection of 54 and Livingston. They stayed within their Res 6 guidelines. They didn't ask for any more.
Right.
But it became controversial because the traffic in 54 being overloaded. And it's because they were one of the last properties along that corridor to come in to do something with, because they had a reason they wanted to expand the school and what have you, and it became a bit contentious. And we all understand why, but if you're looking at being fair to the landowner, the people who want to do something, it puts them in a situation that could be potentially, litigious on the government side and on their side, and become more costly. So I'm just trying to find a way to avoid that, all things being fair, right?
Yeah, ultimately, in that project, the timing and phasing analysis worked out the necessary transportation improvements that were necessary to accommodate their project. They did have to make tweaks to their project in order to make it fit properly. And so they came at cost, but that's the cost of development at the end of the day. I want to...
I want to follow up with some of that stuff. So, studies are great. They're almost like statistics. You can almost get them to prove what you want to prove. We have traffic studies that we know aren't effective. We know we got developments coming and we can't track them. And we just saw VOPH. We're back in here looking at it again because we can't track what's out there, what's come in. We were told just a couple of years ago, we built up with residential, we got to go multifamily. We found out that wasn't true. So we're going to try to track all this stuff and figure this out? I mean, you want to talk about putting more guesswork on. That's what's happening here. When you at least have the categories of your Res 1s, Res 3s, Res 6s, at least you know what you're going to get in there. You're convoluting to me this whole process to make it less likely to know what's going on. The development community wants certainty. They don't want to range from, I don't think, from 1 unit per, or 3 units per acre to 24 or 64, whatever it may be. They want to know where they're going to be. And I think the people, as they're going to look at this plan, they're going to say, well, you're taking out everything to know what we're looking at when we're saying we like this plan or not. Because now you're throwing to all the bureaucrats looking at the whole thing, all the planners looking at the whole thing, and all the controls going right there. At least here, the way you've got it set, and you can improve it, but right now, you're taking all these generalities and trying to put them together, and then we're going to look at this one, this one, this one. When if you want to multiply things and change things a little bit, how you're going to look at it, it's got to be a more segregated thing like you've got. Otherwise, you're going to say, how come he gets this, he doesn't? He gets a heavy intense approval, but the next guy behind him can't, or if he does, he can say, well, you let this guy do it, you got to let me do it. I mean, you're just really opening this thing up to be a mess.
They would be responding to the facts on the ground, is basically what each development would have to do.
Back to the facts on the ground. The traffic studies that we use are terrible. They do not show what's going on. Their fundamental basis on the growth that's going on in the county is wrong, and we still keep using it. So you can tell me about this next study you're gonna look at for housing affordability and compatibility, et cetera? All that looks at is someone's study. Doesn't mean it's accurate. It's just what's gonna be accepted at the time until someone can say, we gotta change it. And we've talked about the traffic study not working
Right.
for years, and guess what? I haven't seen a change.
If the housing capacity study is not to the board doesn't agree with the housing capacity study, then there can be mechanisms that cause the project to be removed from the document.
And what I'm telling you is that same logic you would think with traffic studies. We know Old 54 can't handle anything more. They're getting approved.
I think that's
We
a
know
com-
that, let me finish.
Yeah.
All the traffic is gonna get worse and worse and worse, it's coming in. Look at 54, go drive it, right? Go look at, I mean, down at Trinity, 54 all the way across. It's like a jam, because we've had these studies that said you can go do it.
The studies are a consequence of the provisions of the land development code and what the code is looking for. So to the extent that we need to tighten the bolts, screws and bolts on those studies, we can update the land development code.
We've complained about it, we've talked about it, and have we ever changed it?
We needed the comp plan done first, Commissioner.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here.
You know, you're gonna throw another study to go rely on that to give us more. And you're gonna take away the control, at least, you know, of certain categories.
Well, yeah, the housing capacity, so again, the overall strategy is consolidation of the multifamily density question into the specific areas, establishing compatibility criteria in the comprehensive plan that translate into compatibility standards in the land development code, and then requiring an explanation for why density should exist outside of the mixed-use nodes. And there's 3 steps there that the board can ultimately say, no, this is not a project that we like at this location,
Well,
or
let
say,
me-
yes, that this
I'm
is a
with
good
you.
project for this location.
Let me ask you this question. Has anyone else ever done this? Have you
Uh,
got any
lot-
proof
lots
that's
of
worked anywhere else?
Yeah, lots of communities in Florida do housing studies in
I'd
order to
like to see 'em.
demonstrate whether or not the density is appropriate on any
I'd
particular
like to see
site.
what others have done. I mean, I'm agreeable to look at a plan that's worked, look what the results are, and go. But this, to me, is just so radical.
Terry, could you explain how the land development code interfaces with this flu strategy that you have?
Yeah, so the land development code is going to establish the standards, the very specific aspects, if you will, that a development will have to meet in order to achieve or demonstrate their compatibility to us in a satisfactory way. The comprehensive plan is only establishing the broad criteria. So it's saying, in these categories, we want standards. And the land development code will then follow through in those categories. They will have a whole set of standards associated with each of those criteria.
Where is this data? Where are these explanations? Because
Right
I'm
now,
looking high
the-
at 30,000 feet. I want to see what you're going to put for details.
Okay,
That's
well,
another-
we have
that's
that criteria language in the comprehensive plan that we can share with the board, both in terms of the compatibility criteria and also the housing capacity study criteria that we have. But again, those are going to be criteria. They're not going to be highly specific. The highly specific information is going to come at the land development code stage, where we're actually going to be very prescriptive in establishing a standard by which a project lives or dies.
What if we get it wrong?
Well, that's why we have public hearing processes, to make sure that we make
So
the
you're going
best
to have the public comment to you on this complex document, what's going to work?
Public hearing process is ultimately the up or down vote of the Board of County Commissioners and the
But
elected
as
officials.
complex as it's going to be, I mean, there's a reason the MPUDs go to staff to go get looked at to work out the details. You're going to tell people, like, here's what we got this broad open category? What do you think?
No.
Commissioner Starkey?
In order to keep us moving, I appreciate that you don't want to study, but just to keep us moving, I appreciate all the work they've put into this, and I agree with it. So maybe we need to have a majority speak up if we want to move off this topic and keep moving with what they have planned.
Well,
Just
part of
because you have an opinion, but you're one of 5, which is fine, but I just like to keep moving.
You want to stop the dialogue, is what you're telling me? Really?
No, I want him to do his, it's just you and him, and I want
I
them
think
to,
Commissioner Whitman's commented a couple of times, too.
I am on board with their plan, that's what I'm saying. And so I'm ready to move to the next subject. And I just wonder if the other commissioners are.
I'm ready to move forward.
I guess.
Well, if it keeps going, I'm not gonna be here.
I thought you left already.
I've got an appointment. You know how
I
it
know,
goes.
so.
Well, I missed mine.
So,
Go ahead.
I mean, I think the
I have
devil
a
in the
doctor's appointment,
details in
I'm
the
not gonna
LDC. This is pretty broad.
Right.
And we get to the specifics in the LDC, which we got to get to quickly.
So, just to move the conversation here, urban density residential only exists in the urban service area. And as I mentioned at the beginning, there's only 23 instances of Res 24 flu in the county that gets turned into UDR in Pasco 2050, only about 222 acres. So UDR, the Board of County Commissioners will have complete control over, in the sense that you have to create new UDR, and the board can always say no to the establishment of new UDR. But keep in mind that UDR would only be happening in the urban service area. The density range, the importance of a density range is mainly a consequence of the lot size that you're trying to redevelop. So to the extent that we're trying to establish missing middle housing, other opportunities for affordable housing in different forms that are not just apartment blocks and buildings, you're going to have to respond to the lot size that you have to work with. At that point, depending on the lot size, your density level is going to spike. So if you have a 120 by 120 foot wide lot in the West Market area somewhere, and you just want to put a fourplex on it, your density level is going to spike into the mid-30s, lower 40s, even though you're only doing 4 units. So this is why the density range is key for having that capability. So UDR will be a surgical flu of sorts that will be very specific in its application within Pasco 2050. There's not a general application of this anywhere in the county. So here's what the map looks like. This is the new version of the Pasco 2050 future land use map. You'll notice that orange is the biggest color on the map. That's SDR. And you'll notice that within that orange, you have different hatchings. And that hatching is a consequence of Senate Bill 180. It's our slide back provision, making sure that property owners who have the 3, the 6, the 9 as their starting points continue to have them as their starting points going into Pasco 2050. The key thing to understand is, what are the new flus that we've added to the map here? We've added Connected City, which I mentioned. We've added CPEV, or Cypress Creek Village, and we've added VOPH. Technically new flus, but not new in terms of planning concepts. We've added NCR, Neighborhood Corner, Community Square, and Urban Centers. Those are new flus, new concept that we've been talking about today. And then we have the SDR flu. And again, it's broken out into 3, 6, 9, and 12 right now because of Senate Bill 180. But they are all essentially one flu. And then anything new coming into the county that wants to do SDR, they're going to have to go through the process that we just described, and they would be getting SDR, and they would have to be responding to the tier compatibility and the housing capacity criteria that we've established. So that sort of concludes the presentation on the density approach within Pasco 2050. How do we deal with our 12 dwelling units and more? Now I'd like to move into our rural mapping for a quick update on what's happening in Pasco 2050 as it relates to our 4 rural areas. We have rural area number 1, which is the Northeast Rural. Generally speaking, this silhouette that you see here is the East Market area boundary, and this has been carved out of Northeast Rural. It's US 301 in the Cotee area. They belong to the East Market area because East Market area has redevelopment policies associated with it. This is a non-rural corridor, if you will. And so we've taken that out to remove additional layers of policy and regulation over some of the poorest parts of the county, particularly in the Cotee area. Importantly, what comes out of the Northeast Rural is also the non-residential zonings and land use classifications or categories that are on this corridor too. Then we've carved out the Blanton and I-75 area, which is where we have ECR, some light industrial, some mixed-use flus, some PDs, et cetera. Those are flus that have extremely high intensity as compared to the rural aspect of Northeast Rural. They're not, they don't work well, as we've seen over the years with the Northeast Rural policies. We've struggle to come up with commercial or non-residential standards for Northeast Rural as a consequence of this tension. And so in Pasco 2050, we're proposing that these get carved out so that there are no precedents and pressures put on the rest of Northeast Rural just because COM, or CORE rather, and ECR exist within Northeast Rural. The net effect of this for Northeast Rural is that the remainder of Northeast Rural, which is the vast majority of the landmass, is essentially agricultural and RDR, rural density residential. There is a cap on the density for RDR. Earlier we saw that it climbs up to 2.9. In Northeast Rural, it'll be capped at 1. There are a couple of Res 6s today in Northeast Rural. So that means in the translation here, we're going to have some SDR happen in Northeast Rural also, but those are also going to be capped at 6 because they have 6 today. So everyone is going to stay at their status quo essentially for Northeast Rural. In the comprehensive plan, we are also updating our policies related to the rural transition area, which is this thing. In our current comprehensive plan, there is a silent density prescription taking place of 2 dwelling units per acre. A lot of the developments that have come through to date, like Palmetto Ridge, which is about here, 4G Ranch, they're all coming in under 2 dwelling units per acre. Why
I don't think 4G Ranch is developing.
Well, they come in for approvals, for their PD approval. And they got,
I know, but they're
1.7.
going to put that in conservation.
Okay. But in terms of precedents, they were approved at sub 2. Why 2? Because the rural transition area is supposed to be transitioning from the suburban areas that are around it to the rural areas that are behind it. So the suburban starts at 3 and the rural caps out at 1, ergo 2. So we're following through with that 2 dwelling unit per acre cap in RTA and actually just making it obvious. And then finally, with regard to the RCA, which is the rural character area over here, just west of the Shady Hills or portions of the Shady Hills area, a lot of that area translates into RDR, but it's going to be capped at 1 dwelling unit per acre, which means it maintains the status quo. Importantly, though, we've made boundary adjustments to the rural character area to enable redevelopment to take place on County Line Road here, and to enable utility and transportation infrastructure improvements on Shady Hills Road along this boundary here, and to enable certain economic development opportunities along, I believe that's Hudson right here, at the south end of the rural character area. Rural character area has a provision in it that says that it's the final form of development. So once you make these boundary adjustments and remove these significant corridors from the FLU, or not from the FLU, from the rural area, it locks in that rural area to be rural. And there's no further pressure or precedent within the rural character area to do other future land use or zoning opportunities. This area here is the rural neighborhood protection area. No changes there in terms of density or anything. It just stays the same. And then lastly, there's a deep green color on the map. This is, let me go back really quick just to point it out. It's right here. It's between to the east of Northeast Rural and to the west of Dade City. It includes portions of Dade City. That's what this map is illustrating. This area is known as the Dade City Transition Area. It was originally part of the 2006 Northeast Rural Study intended to transition development, density, and intensity between Dade City and Northeast Rural. So it was identified in 2006, but it was never officially mapped in any subsequent comprehensive plan update or amendment or anything. It doesn't exist in the Land Development Code today, so we've attempted to map that today. It will include unincorporated Pasco County as well as Dade City jurisdiction. The purpose of this is to work with Dade City in their interlocal agreements and agree that any kind of annexation or development taking place within this location does not exceed 6 dwelling units per gross acre, which is sort of the default density in this area of the county. The other important thing is that we try to prevent Dade City from annexing into Northeast Rural. This little finger right here is one of those encroachments of the Dade City jurisdiction into Northeast Rural. So by establishing the Dade City transition area, we can be clear about what we're thinking about in this particular part of the county. Moving on to the urban service area, so we talked about the rural areas. Here we're talking about the urban service area. We have this area too over here on the map, the blue area. This is known as the urban concentration expansion area. There's a distinction in the comprehensive plan today. Practically speaking, that distinction hasn't really been distinguishable because there's a lot of utilities that are crisscrossing across Area 2 anyway today. So we're simplifying the urban service area policies in Pasco 2050 to make sure that rather than talking about an urban concentration area and then talking about an urban service area and then talking about an urban expansion area, we're consolidating all of these and just talking about an urban service area, period. So all of the red plus that blue area is just going to be known as the urban service area, and we're going to be on our way with what is the urban service area in Pasco County. And then this brings me to the transition to let the county engineer speak to the Vision Road Network in Pasco 2050.
Good afternoon. Nick Uren, County Engineer. Waited all this time to get to talk about transportation. Thank you for your perseverance. Briefly, the 2050 comp plan update has three components to it. We're standardizing the widths of the rights-of-way for our collector and arterial roadway network. Commissioner, I heard you earlier about the distinctions and the distinctives, rather, within villages of Pasadena Hills. Let's make sure that we create and maintain the character that we were pursuing in the specialized districts. But let's also make sure that we're not taking more land out of the tax roll than is necessary to provide for the mobility and aesthetic that we're seeking in our transportation system. So that's what we're trying to do, balance and standardize the right-of-way widths. We're also refining the future ultimate number of lanes and the alignments of our Vision Road network. And there are 3 Bs that we're applying to the criteria for changes. Did the BCC already approve a development that shows a new alignment? If so, make the map match. Is the alignment in the comp plan buildable? If not, make it so. And is the road busy enough to justify all the lanes that we have previously shown? If not, let's back down to the right number of lanes so that we're planning to construct infrastructure that's necessary to support our overall comprehensive plan vision. And then third item that we're doing as part of this update is you'll notice in the area that Terry was just referring to, we're proposing an additional east-west controlled access roadway from US 41 to Bellamy Brothers. It will align with Bowman Road on the west, and it will align with Johnson Road on the east. And that is intended to provide a parallel reliever to State Road 52. When I say controlled access, I want to point out the one example that you may be familiar with on a county road is Ridge Road just west of the Suncoast. The point is, we're trying to build roads like that, not to provide access for development, but rather to provide a way to get from here to there. So that's a proposed addition to the Vision Road network. We have a couple of others I'm sure that certain commissioners will be interested in. We're adding the Bolton Corridor, we're taking off Kitten Trail as part of the update. These are really reflective of development activities that we've already seen in the area and ensuring, again, that we have an adequate network to move people when all the land uses envisioned in the comp plan are ultimately constructed. And then the last thing I'm going to mention is Caldwell Lane currently connects to Shady Hills and crosses the Suncoast Parkway and terminates right here, and we're proposing to extend it over to 41 to provide a meaningful connection between the 41 Shady Hills corridor and a potential location for an additional Suncoast Parkway interchange.
Commissioner Whitman. Thank you, Chair. Can you clarify the northern route and the southern route of the Collier Parkway extension with your laser pointer, please?
Northern route is here, and then southern route follows here. So this is existing Collier Parkway all the way up to this point, and it curves around here, and this is where it hits the southern piece of Aaron Cutoff.
Is there a traffic circle there at that funky intersection?
If we're going to do an intersection like this, actually the county is in the process of doing a route study to finalize the alignment from here to here, connecting from where Collier Parkway currently is proposed to intersect with Aaron Cutoff down to this point where Parkway Boulevard, aptly named, because we like to use the word Parkway as many times as possible, intersects with Collier Parkway. So we're trying to figure out just where's the best place to make that southern connection. Right now, we're showing it primarily utilizing the existing roadway network. But should the route study show that we are able to construct a more direct alignment, we would ask the board to approve that, and that would become part of this map.
I have a quick question. So 52, we have all those lanes from Dade City coming into Land O'Lakes, and then once we get to near that 7-Eleven and 41, like it gets down to one lane over there, and it's horrible.
You're talking about this section
just-
right here.
Yeah, when
So as
are
you're going
we-
east, yeah. So the state has a plan, a funded project rather, that they intend to award next summer to widen 52 to 4 lanes from the point where my cursor is, my laser pointer is, eastward all the way to Bellamy, and then to 6 lanes between Bellamy and Old Pasco. We're actually offering to partner with them on the portion from Bellamy to Old Pasco to make that part of the continuous 6-lane corridor leading up to the interstate. What they don't have, and this is critical for your discussions when the board members convene as part of the MPO, they do not have funding to widen this piece. About a 2.5-mile stretch east of 41 will be an hourglass. It will go down to 2 lanes, and then it will come back out to 4.
For 6 months, right? They pushed it back
That
6 months?
project is not funded in the 5-year program. So the portion to the east is funded. The portion in,
That's what I'm saying, we've widened 301 and we didn't widen 52.
We've talked about that before, and
and that, it's a 2.5-mile
They had
stretch.
it all funded.
And it's about a $35 million shortfall. And that's why they've said in their latest update to the capital, now this is the DOT's capital program, this is not the county commission, but when you assemble as the MPO, you are voting to ratify the transportation improvement program. So that's the proposal that they said they were able to afford, understanding that, and Mike and I had this conversation yesterday, the understanding that we need to be pushing them to fill the hourglass.
Yeah, because we have all that new development coming in off of 52.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
gonna be a nightmare.
Very important project, I agree.
Mr. Stark.
I'm trying to understand that Collier Parkway. Doesn't Aaron Cutoff go all the way up there? Is that
So
down
as
the
part of
line,
the-
Aaron Cutoff?
So Aaron Cutoff is the solid line right here east, and this is
No,
Connerton
but Aaron Cutoff
Boulevard.
goes all the way to 52.
So what we're suggesting is that Collier Parkway will be, as part of this comp plan update, Collier Parkway will be the preferred 4-lane corridor that provides connectivity and continuity from
Okay.
52 all the way down to 54.
So where's Aaron Cutoff on
Aaron
that map?
Cutoff, north of Connerton, will no longer be part of the Vision Road network.
Oh,
So
really?
it's not, it will function as a local residential access
Okay.
street to the community that really has a primarily rural character and doesn't want a 4-lane road in front of, in
Well, how
front of their
nice.
homes.
So the rest of us are going to pay for a, what, $40 million road, $50 million road? Because they want to keep that.
Well, presently, we have both roads in our comprehensive plan. We have the intent to construct Collier Parkway and the intent to
What's the
maintain.
cost of going from there to there for not using Aaron Cutoff?
Oh, that's what the route study's
That's
gonna
what,
do.
yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not ready to give you a precise
Right of
answer
way
yet.
there.
It's about right, land is a big piece of this and where it's gonna be.
But we've already acquired most of the right-of-way through Connerton as well as north of Connerton. So the right-of-way is in hand. The cost is gonna really be environmental mitigation. I mean, we're gonna have to construct, and we will have some wetland impacts that we'll have to mitigate.
And FYI, we were supposed to have a little downtown in Connerton, and it's gone away. It was supposed to be like the little downtown of Land O'Lakes, and we chipped at it, and it's gone.
Back to 52, so they're shutting down that connection from 41 over all the way to Secretariat, which I believe is right where Pasco Trails is. That is a critical thing. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's even more important than the 6-laning of the other section that's out there. If I had to go say what should be done first, it would be multi-laning that. Because, I mean, we just got over a big traffic jam that's freed up a bit, but now they put more traffic coming through.
Oh, swap the
And it
section
goes-
they do first?
I think the priority should be frankly from that 41 interchange out to Secretariat, before
So-
even the rest.
For comparative cost purposes, the incremental cost to add the 4 to 6-lane widening from Bellamy to Old Pasco was only $4.5 million because it can all be accomplished within the median
Okay.
relatively inexpensively. Whereas the 2.5-mile stretch of 52 that they're not currently able to fund is closer to a $30 million need.
So I can see the value to it, so that's okay, but you still gotta get that section done. I mean,
We agree.
100%
agree.
We discussed it yesterday.
Do we know where our money went? Speculatively?
That's a good question
Speculatively?
for Secretary Hall's team.
To the
Yeah.
raise. Down at the.
No, we don't.
I'm not privy to that.
I'll say one more thing, County Line Road, that's not, is that funded yet? No?
So one of the items, and again, this is a comp plan, so I'm showing you the ultimate right-of-way footprint, and the ultimate number of lanes is not even on this map, I'm speaking from memory. We have a whole separate map showing you all of the capital projects that will be accomplished in the next 5 years. And this segment from Shady Hills to the Suncoast Parkway is funded as a partnership between Pasco, Hernando, and FDOT District 7. DOT is administering the project. We are contributing to the cost to buy right-of-way for the corridor, and then we will be paying a one-time as well as current funding strategy that we're pursuing, borrowing a state infrastructure bank loan and paying that back over time to fund the full construction cost of that project.
So DOT is not funding it, we're funding it by borrowing money.
They are contributing a portion of the cost. I don't have the exact numbers in my head. I know our share of right-of-way is $5 million. Hernando's share is $5 million, and I think the state is putting in a matching $10 million for the right-of-way acquisition. State is funding the design 100%, so that's all state money, and then the state is putting in a small amount of matching funds for the construction, again, about $10 million, whereas the counties are being asked to pay the remainder of that cost.
So we gonna do the acquisition of the right-of-way?
State is pursuing the acquisition on our behalf.
All right, so one of the things we did on one project was Hicks Road, the sidewalk project, had all those individual landowners. We had a group meeting with everybody there, brought them in the room with Hudson High School. We said to the people, look, we're trying to do this project, we're trying to save money. And what we did was we asked them to sell us land at a reasonable price, property price value, so we get the project done quicker than later. I think the same approach would probably work up there, rather than have these people wait all along County Line Road to get the right-of-way we need to go build the road quicker. The state can't do it with their rules, we can do it with our rules. I think we should investigate that and look at that
Sure.
option. It'd save us a whole bunch of money.
See if we can accelerate and reduce the cost.
DOT
Sure.
doesn't care if we do it either.
Yeah. No, and I think
We should
our
wait.
development approvals have also obligated the projects along the corridor to
Yeah.
convey right-of-way to us. So that's accelerating the acquisition of property as well.
Commissioner Whitman.
To kind of what the chair's talking about, have we identified the 50% grant for the parallel reliever to the state road, like to state roads? Would that area, would the Collier Parkway extension kind of qualify for that, being a hurricane route between 54 and 52? I mean, and then what chair's talking about with up on County Line Road, and same thing with that, the Bowman to Johnson up there, that's a parallel reliever, and the state DOT has 50% grant. We've discussed it before. When you're going through this, are we taking into account that opportunity into this context when we're talking
We
about
absolutely are.
scaring us
Yes.
with how much it costs,
Always.
right? Like, we understand it, but
It is not, just for clarification, the county incentive grant program and the transportation regional incentive program, those are the two state programs that give us a 50% match on potential transportation costs. Those are not unlimited pots of money.
Right.
They have a finite funding level in each fiscal year, and we absolutely apply for and secure grants from the state for as much of the funding as we can, as is available
that's
to us.
part of our job as electeds.
Yeah.
We understand that. We go to work and do the things that y'all aren't necessarily able to
We
do.
got 3 lobbying firms.
Yeah.
Get on it.
Yeah, and a handful of anecdotes, really quick. Rangeland Boulevard is a parallel reliever to that section of State Road 54. I apologize, Connor, if I shot you. That parallel section of State Road 54 that is, that we were just talking about being over capacity. And that's a portion that we've secured county incentive grant funds for. Same thing is true
And
on.
we got 4.5 million yesterday from the governor for that. I mean,
He hasn't
well,
signed
he
it.
hasn't signed it yet.
And then
The
still going
legislature.
after, legislative appropriations are another avenue that we can pursue, as well as federal earmark funds. I was going to mention that the widening of Wesley Chapel Boulevard, just west of I-75, is a parallel reliever to 75, is another project where we've secured that funding. And one that's near and dear to your heart, we've talked about a potential reliever to the busiest section of arterial roadway in Pasco, which is the State Road 56 corridor east of Bruce B. Downs leading over to Meadow Point. Constructing Chansey is a potential candidate for that funding. Now, we still have to come up with our half of the total amount needed, because they're not paying 100% of our costs, but we are absolutely looking at every opportunity to bring other people's money to Pasco County and build this network.
Question.
Sure.
Looking at Jack's district, north of Ridge, that whole section, there's nothing going across. Why to Moon Lake? Why do we not have a connector coming in that area? I don't, Jack, I don't know.
You're
the
in
road.
this area here?
Yeah, why is there no grid there?
One of the things, well, from above that, one of the things we're trying to work with the Turnpike Authority is to take Hudson Avenue and bring it all the way to the Turnpike.
Yeah, but what's going on down, where's Hudson down there?
Hudson's above 52, but
Hudson is this corridor right here.
No, I'm talking below that,
You were asking about
in that area.
this area here,
Why is
west.
there nothing there?
just because there's nothing there.
Swamp,
Yeah.
There's,
district owns land, and
there is? What's owned over there?
it's right by that airport community there off Ridge.
4152?
No, west
Mike,
of
they were-
Moon Lake
Ridge and
Boulevard.
Here.
Moon Lake.
Commissioner,
Yeah,
that area has,
Apartment there,
No.
there's neighborhoods.
Mr. Chairman, that area has neighborhoods. So
Yeah.
it's existing subdivision development.
So we never
That doesn't
planned.
allow a vision road to cross all of the private properties that are there.
When is
That's
when
too
is
bad.
Moon Lake gonna be widened?
We don't have that currently funded in our 5-year program. So monitoring it, I know the southern end, especially as you get close to Ridge, is very busy. But we don't have currently the funding available to widen it.
You have sidewalks all the way down.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the plan commissioners to see with the widening of the Q-bills, when that happens, along with the combination of Ridge Road, if that relieves,
We let that be gated.
we'll have to see.
Phase 2.
Yeah. It's an important project. I mean,
What happens when you gate?
one of the things that drew me to Pasco was the opportunity to participate in building out a network like this. It's a vision that you've established that I'm thankful to be part of bringing to fruition.
It wasn't us. Us five.
That's all I had.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I am going to speak on the active transportation. So one of the items that we are showing in the comp plan is a vision to construct a trail network. And spoiler alert, the trail network follows the road network for the most part. We are also showing, in addition to the roadway network, which the vision is through the establishment of updated typical sections, every road will have a trail or a pair of trails constructed as part of its overall right-of-way footprint. We're also adding in the Sun Trail system, which is the statewide shared-use, non-motorized trail network established and regulated by the Florida Office of Greenways and Trails. And we're adding in the regional trail system, a couple of connecting facilities such as the Anclote Trail. So we are envisioning and then showing you, in this case, the significant amount of work to be done to build a connected trail network throughout Pasco County. The dash lines are yet to be constructed, the solid lines are there, and we've got a ways to go, but we've made some significant strides in progress just in the last 5 years.
I feel that we should be showing some kind of trail along the coast, going up the west side of the county, where we have the beginnings of it with the Anclote Coastal Trail. We go along 19, there up to Flormar. Don't you think, didn't we want to try and get up to Sun West?
It's actually, it's planned to
Yeah,
go all
so
the way
it's-
up there,
but
all the way to
it's not-
Arapika.
I don't
There's a
think
lot of
it's,
dots there.
that's
Yeah.
what the dots are?
Yes, ma'am.
That's right. Yeah,
Should be a blue.
it's
What's the name of it?
the Coastal Anclote Trail at the southern end is what we've referred
And
to
we
it as.
can tie it into the trail that, if you remember, I had the guy that used to be the commissioner in Sarasota come up, Charles Hines, who's with TPL now, Trust for Public Lands. They're doing a Sun Trail project that is a coastal trail. Every day I get updates on the overpasses they're opening and all that. It's coming up from Sarasota, it's not before, Sarasota, Manatee, Pinellas County. And I told him, why aren't we included in that? Because we already have part of our coastal trail done, so I'd like to get included in that Sun Trail
And if we
plan
take,
if we could.
if we take the part where Arapica Road's that little loop that's at the top, if we take up and go up through the property, which we actually have land with Swiftwood, you take it to the Chaskowitz Preserve up there.
Yeah, it'd be
Now
beautiful.
you get some federal money involved.
Yeah, good idea. So,
So there are, Commissioner, to your point, there are connections planned south of Gulf Harbors. We run into a constraint here, and we run into a constraint here to do anything on the west side of 19, which is why we're showing the 19 corridor as the primary means of
we
trail
should come
connectivity
behind the
through here.
mall, wherever that is up there.
Right, and I think those are all, so this is the regional trail network, but to your point, if there's an opportunity for a buildable corridor to be shown here, we'll look into that and potentially
Yeah.
add that to the map. And then same thing, once you get up north and we can jump over at the 5A and Hudson intersection, we can jump over to the west and come up Old Dixie. This is a planned trail facility as well that we're trying to get closer to the coast and off of the 19 corridor.
And Nick, on the coast, Commissioner just pointed out, that green area that you get to the left, you say county park facility, that's actually state.
Salt Springs, yes, yeah, Salt Springs State Park. I said constraint, I'm not sure, maybe I said
No,
county
no,
park.
but I'm just looking at the map, the way the color is, it shows it's county, but it's actually state.
Oh, county park.
Oh, gotcha, you're saying from the legend.
Yes.
We gotta fix this, okay.
But I would think we'd be able to put a trail through that.
Yeah.
It's a, well,
Some area maybe.
two components. Lots of environmental impact
Yeah.
if we wanted a paved facility. There are some unpaved trails in there, and then the second is, it's a regulated access facility. The state charges admission to use it. So we can certainly explore that.
I don't know if the revenue's gonna be out of that.
And with that click, I think I'm ready to say thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There we go.
Commissioners, we've had some robust dialogue. I've taken copious notes. I know David has as well, and so we're gonna take this and come back. We may take the opportunity to educate individually too as we go through this process as well. But we'll take this to heart. This was, in my mind, very, very productive. I know we went over by an hour, but I do appreciate your participation in this. I appreciate, David, your team, and everyone pulling together to get this information to the board. So if there are no other questions or direction,
One thing, because this isn't the first time we've asked this.
okay?
I cannot read this.
Yeah.
I cannot. They have to be one page.
We can't, and not that,
I
we
mean,
can't see anything.
and I had my eyes fixed, but I can't read it.
We'll send digital copies out to each of the board members so you can enlarge.
But I like to
And in
have
in
the
future,
copy
we'll
so I
make
can write on
larger,
it.
One
Right?
picture
Yeah.
on the
Yes.
slide.
Yeah, I love to make
But-
notes on things, but I can't even see that.
Next, and I don't think this is the first time we've asked for
No,
that.
lots of times.
So let me make a suggestion. The font that you have right here, easy to read, just go to that font size and all these things. And I think one slideshow per picture is all we should have as
And
well.
just a suggestion, I'm just using this, we don't have to, this doesn't have to be in color. The maps do in color. You know, save money that way. I'd rather have more pages of paper and be able to see it and use less color. That's just my opinion.
If I could, I've actually asked Sonia, but I think it better if it came from our attorney or Ralph, but I think we should all get a copy of Senate Bill 180, 399. Get a copy to us with a dissertation of how this affects what we're doing.
You've gotten a copy of 26-7, which is 399 while we were here. The adopted version of 399, we can get 182 as well.
Okay, and I think a little dissertation from you gentlemen to say, here's the effect, would help.
One of the things I saw on there, I looked it up, was that there's a new kind of method to tax mobile homes on property. So, I mean, that may be Fasano's thing, I don't know, but it was something's changed on the way they pay their property taxes.
It's part of the affordable options that the state's rolling out, mobiles. for their affordable housing bills they've passed. It's captured into, it may be different on how tax collectors take it, but it's incorporated into the state's affordable housing plan.
It's always been a bone with me because in the if they don't own the land, I believe they have to have a sticker on their trailer.
Yes.
And we don't have anybody who goes to see if they have their stickers on them. Right? Do you send someone out?
I don't know.
We don't.
We'll find out.
I remember that because there was one on 41 that is, do you remember that when we were doing some projects behind on 41 and that mobile home park came in? They're pretty bad mobile homes. And I drove through there and most of them did not have that sticker on them. Bambi Lane? Bambi Lane?
Oh, it's right over here.
Yeah.
All right, anything else?
Just want to thank the team.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And you know, Terry and I have had similar discussions through this process, not just the first time. I've shared my views with him, so I do have a lot of concerns how this affects I'll say northwest Pasco especially. I do think there's a great way or a great opportunity to take some of these developments where there's infill opportunities to maybe put a fourplex in, maybe put a duplex in, stuff to fill in for affordable housing going in there. The nodes themselves, I think if someone's got the right to develop it, it's fit to develop it, I shouldn't have to wait. They shouldn't have to wait on what could happen from east-west Pasco for a guy to come over to give him some money to make those developments happen either. So I think it's just kind of a shell game as far as what's moving where. And if there's another way to go look to incentivize keeping East Pasco rural, let's go dig into that more and try to find a better way, in my opinion. But with all that said, I do appreciate everybody's work, diligence through it, and I appreciate the dialogue, because when the five of us talk, whether it's one voice saying something, we get better decisions made. So I appreciate the dialogue. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
All right. Good meeting.
Zoomed in on something.